of the matter which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on when the light is green. The minutes from the June 14th, 2024 Air Quality Subcommittee meeting. Is there any corrections or additions? Okay. May I have a motion to approve? Thank you. And a second? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Now on to public comments on current agenda items. Has anyone signed in to speak today? There will be none. We will move on to the next agenda item. Next is the chair's report and executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report?
Good morning, everyone. No, there is not.
Thank you. As far as action items, there are no action items for today's meeting. The next section is presentation and discussion items. The first presentation is Air Quality Public Education and Outreach by Kate.
Good morning. Welcome today. I'm Kate Menning. I am I manage public community affairs in the public affairs division for NOACA, and I'm going to be presenting on air quality outreach and education. So this is there are no previous actions. This is for information purposes. Today we're going to, our first topic usually is the Air Quality Advisory Days. Public communications, between June and August, there were 9 advisories that were posted this period. You can see the dates there, and you'll get more information about the details in another part of this presentation. Advisory emails were sent out to all subscribers as needed. We did social media posts and put out a advisory to the communities, to our region regarding these advisory days. So if you have anybody who would like to sign up for advisories, you can go to the NOACA Air Quality Advisories webpage and then visit airnow.gov if you want more information. Some platform outreach and engagement that happened during the last quarter. We had a really successful Air Quality Go Higher Commute Media messaging package that was with Channel 3 and WKYC media campaign. There's a link here to Vimeo to one that is specific to some of the air quality programs and initiatives that these were run during the Summer Olympic broadcast on Channel 3. So hopefully you got to see those live, but if not, you can go to the Vimeo site and watch them at your leisure. Some additional outreach that was done in person. There were a number of meetings that I attended and some presentations that were given at Greater Cleveland Partnership Sustainability Networking event in particular was very valuable. We got some information specific. I got to share some information about the Commuter Choice Awards with some business and employer leadership within our region. Another exciting opportunity that is going to be upcoming is University Circle Sustainability Transportation Advisory Committee has invited us to participate in a sustainable transportation roadshow that they're planning in 2025 that will be specific to ride share and mode shift within the University Circle area. So very exciting to hear about that. If you have any interested audiences, communities, or employers in your areas that would like to learn more or have any interest in presentations or have events that we can participate in related to our rideshare and air quality education outreach, please feel free to reach out to me. We have one challenge event that is ongoing for the state and another one that is upcoming that I just want to give you a teaser on. The Ohio Commuter Challenge is currently ongoing. I think we have 2 more days of the challenge event, September 9th through 22nd. This is a statewide event, so anybody in the state can participate in this Make Your Miles Matter program. Anyone who has logged trips throughout this period on the Ohio Commute platform is eligible and automatically participates in this program. And we will once again in October be highlighting another carbon-free event called the Lake Erie Challenge that will be coming up in October 1st through 31st. This again will be a carbon-free challenge that rewards Ohio Commute platform users that log trips with opportunities to win prizes from our generous supporters and some swag and some random prize drawings throughout the month. So keep that in mind. Also want to remind everyone that our Commuter Choice Awards program, the registration is still open for employers that would like to participate in this wonderful awards and recognition opportunity. The challenge period will end in November, so we're doing a really hard push from now until the end of November to get employers invested in and involved in this program. December awards will be announced, and in January there will be an awards ceremony. You can contact me if any of your employers or if you would like more information about this program. I'm happy to come out and talk to you about it or provide more information on how to register. In the same vein, we are also planning a lunch and learn event that is the topic is commuter choice, rewarding avenues for sustainable work commutes. This is I think this is going to be a very interesting lunch and learn. It's being hosted by us on Thursday, October 17th. And more information is coming out very, very soon on the topics that will be discussed, which is really the Commuter Choice Awards through the lens of learning about transportation demand management and the opportunities that employers have to provide to implement TDM services or programs within their agency that benefits not only our air quality, but also those employees that they have for multimodal transportation opportunities. So more information is coming up on that real soon. And the last thing I'd like to share with you is the No Idle campaign signage that is currently available now. They have been rebranded. Our graphic designer has worked hard and we have 2 approved types of signs, one of course in English, the other one in Spanish. So we're hoping to be able to distribute these to our communities now and to focus areas that have especially no idle areas that in either employer areas or schools that, would like to welcome this kind of education for people who are, just sitting there in their cars waiting for people to come up. So if you have any questions about these signs, our air quality planner is able to assist you with distribution of that. Those are my updates. Our next steps are we will continue to provide you with quarterly updates.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Kate?
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Next up is Ashley Dennis, and she'll be presenting on the Go Ohio Commute Update and Performance Measures.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ashley Dennis. I am the air quality and rideshare planner here at NOACA. And again, as usual, this is just for informational purposes only. And I normally present quarterly updates at the meetings. So if you are unaware, Go How Commute launched in April of 2017. And the idea, we engage businesses and universities, agencies, and so forth to create subsites and to offer an outlet for looking for alternate transportation other than drive alone. All right, in the 4 categories I usually go over, we have the user metrics, our system-wide performance metrics, outreach and promotion metrics, platform administration, and enhancement metrics. And those are the 4 that I will be going over today. All right, so in the NOACA region right now, we have a total of 7,858 total users. The trips that have been logged into the platform are 184,000. The non-single occupancy vehicle trips, so anything that is not a drive alone trip or a transportation network company like your Ubers or your Lyfts. So the non-SOV trips would be 168,000. So with all that, the vehicle miles travel that have been avoided since the start of the platform is 1.7 million miles. And then the calories that have been burned from like walking and biking have been 18.6 million. Now, because this is Go Ohio Commute, this is available through all the MPOs all over Ohio. So if we're looking at statewide for the total users, again, I said we make up about a little over 7,000. The total users are 21,508. The total trips that have been logged are 305,000. Non-single occupancy vehicle trips, 282,000. The vehicle miles traveled avoided is just a little over 3 million. And then the calories burned being over 27 million. All right, and just for the NOACA trip logs that I was looking at over the past year from September to August, we have, if you look, we had really high last September in relation to the rest of the year. So we also had our first ever Go Ohio commuter challenge too. So that definitely brought in a lot of users to our platform. And then you see bumps up in like February and May, and a little one in August as well. That's when we have a lot of our challenges too throughout the year. And then during that same time, our the CO2 that has been offset in the past year, again, you see that high bump in September, a little bit of a higher bump in October and February and May as well. All right, so last time I was here, it was asked of me to present to you how I get some of the metrics from our system. So Ride Amigos, who is our platform developer that we use for Go How Commute, they calculate the metrics based on the current travel data that is available to them. So the default CO2 data, it comes from a study by the American Bus Association, and the money saving values, they come from the AAA or the American Automobile Association. Ride Amigos does evaluate these metrics every year and update the Go Ohio Commute site. And this is just kind of a breakdown of how much CO2 you will offset by different modes and how much per mile that you can save using the alternate modes of transportation. And then I'm going to dive into the VAMPL program a little bit, just because those are the metrics that I have to gather manually. Everything else that you see on the screen, I get from Go Ohio Commute platform itself. All right, so I just wanted to specifically look at one VAMPL, and I do this throughout all the VAMPLs that we currently have. So for example, we have one VAMPL that is for the Louis Stokes VA Medical Center. It is a VAMPL that runs Monday through Friday. I am looking at just the month of January. So in January, the Monday through Fridays, we had 23 days that month. This particular van pool goes 47 miles round trip, and this van pool has 7 riders, and that includes the driver as well. So looking at these metrics for this one van pool, I can gather that based on the amount of CO2 savings from this van pool, the number of riders, the miles, and the days, in 1 month, this van pool will save over 2 million grams of CO2 or offset CO2, which is equal to 2 metric tons. Now, if we're looking, divide that by individual person, an individual person in this particular van pool will offset CO2 by 339,000 grams. And then if we're looking at the dollar savings per mile, again, that same style, you have the amount of riders, the miles, how many days of the month that they are in transit, and then all that multiplied by the cost savings. So for the total van pool, there will be a savings of a little over $4,000 or $594.55 per person. So I take the same style of information, I have a spreadsheet, and that is applied to each month out of the year and each individual van pool as well. So I do look at the metrics every month. How many riders do we have that month? How many days in transit are they in that month? Because every month is going to have a little bit of different metrics as well. And then so far, I can tell you that 508 metric tons of CO2 has been offset by using the van pool so far this year. And then for just the GoHio Commute platform itself, we have 48.8 metric tons, giving us a total of 556 metric tons of CO2 offset this year, which then if we convert that into acres, so from January to August of this year, according to the data I have, it's equivalent to 650 acres of US forest removing that CO2 from the atmosphere in 1 year. And then if we look at just some of the challenges that we've gone through this year, I know Kate has kind of gone over a little bit already, but I would just like to update. Again, we had our February and May carbon-free style challenges. We started our Commuter Choice Awards Challenge. And then just for the 2 weeks in September, we have our Ohio statewide commuter challenge. All right, and then some of the promotion metrics as well. We have currently 78 organizations that have created subsites on the Ohio Commute platform, bringing a total of 120 of the subsites. And as I mentioned before, you may have like places like Cleveland Clinic, Medical Mutual, where they have a their own subsite, and then individual locations have a subsite within that platform as well, which is why the total is 120 total subsites between the 78 organizations. And then I did mention this last time too, that the Ride Amigos had allowed advanced managers like myself to manage the content on our dashboards. And just to bring you another update, right now we have the Ohio Commuter Challenge posted. And coming up after this, we will have posted the Lake Erie Challenge as well. All right, and something that NOACA is currently doing right now, we have an engagement survey. So since 2016, we have had 56 organizations that have participated in the Commuter Choice Awards. If you look at the table in 2016, we had a total of 30 organizations that have participated. And those numbers have been fluctuating, a little down, a little up to about 2023, we saw a large drop in participants. So we're kind of want to gauge what, what's happening, is there just a misunderstanding of the site or of how the Commuter Choice Awards works, what it really means to have like a TDM sustainability program in your own organization. And so we have come up with a survey. It is 10 questions. It's multiple choice, yes or no, or short answer. And we, again, want to gauge organizations' understanding of like the platform, the awards, and like the challenge, how they're different and how they come together. And we also want to assess what engagement tools that they might find useful or training procedures that we can implement to help increase our participation for the Commuter Choice Awards. And so this is my timeline of how I plan to take care of this. So we have, right now I'm doing, I've sent out some online surveys. I'm getting responses, and I will be following up with phone calls and emails. And then once all the surveys are in, we will be analyzing those responses, and air quality will be working with public affairs, and we will assess best practices for the future of the program. And then I think lastly, for the platform administration and enhancements metrics, we have 43 total challenges up to now. The latest that is currently on the platform is our 2024 Ohio Statewide Commuter Challenge. There are 57 employer organizations and incentives and 171 events. So events are something that any user can put onto the GoHio Commute platform. I have taken it upon myself to make sure that there is at least one event from each county in our region to make sure that people can see, if they go onto the platform, they can see what's happening in their area. And the idea behind having an event on the GoHio Commute platform too is to connect with others. You can create carpools or van pools or so forth, maybe a bike pool as well, depending. So it helps to bring people together to find others so that you can get to an event without using a single occupancy vehicle trip. All right, I'll continue to provide quarterly updates on the platform for the subcommittee. And I know I put a lot of numbers out there earlier, so I imagine there might be some questions about any of the metrics that I had mentioned.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Actually, I had a question. In the Go Ohio Commute, I saw the different categories and the CO2 offsets in the table. Is there an option for people, I haven't used it myself, is there an option for people that either drive like a hybrid vehicle or a electric vehicle? And is there a calculated offset for that, or is it just drive or no drive?
Yet there isn't a way to put in a commute for an electric vehicle. That is a really good observation and something that I will actually bring up to the platform creators to see if that's something they can add in. But for anyone who has electric vehicle and they want to know how to log that type of trip, they are more than welcome to reach out to me, and I can walk them through the process and to make the metrics as realistic as possible, since it's not available in there yet. But thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. If no other questions, we will go to Jim Thompson with NOACA Vanpool Program Update.
There we go. Good morning to the subcommittee. I'm Jim Thompson, the manager of capital programs here at NOACA, and I'm going to talk about our Vanpool program this morning. No action is requested at this time. This item is included for information and input, though. And previously, the Board of Directors passed Resolution 2021-50 to set NOACA's regional Vanpool policy. So NOACA's Vanpool program serves many purposes for the region. The intentions are to provide alternative transportation options to better connect residents with employers, to promote competitive transportation costs, reduce travel time, improve air quality, and also to increase social equity and economic vitality in the region. So NOACA currently has a subsidy model. So what we do is, for all eligible van pools, we provide a 50% subsidy per van pool using CMAQ funds. And so in order to be eligible, you have to have at least a 45-minute commute by public transit, or public transit must not be available in your area. And so the intention for the van pool overall is to really connect employees to employers. So it really supports access to jobs. So that's the 50% subsidy is the initial subsidy that is available. And then there are 2 additional subsidies on top of that, each at 15%. The first one is if the van pool, the vehicle itself is full, we provide an additional 15% subsidy. And then lastly, if the van pool itself serves an NOAC environmental justice area, you receive an additional 15% subsidy. So if you have a full van pool that is providing access to people in environmental justice areas, then you can receive up to 80% of a subsidy through the program. I should note also that currently, based on the federal regulations, the van pool program van pools are only eligible really up to 3 years. So they kind of all sunset out after 3 years in use. There are also other incentives in the program, such as, sometimes drivers are able to use the vehicles a certain amount of miles on their own time, like I think it's 150 miles or so. So it's a pretty complex program, but it is also pretty generous in terms of the subsidies that could be provided to those in the region. We currently have 45 active van pools in the region. They are serving we currently have 48 van pools. 45 of them are serving the Lewis Stokes Veterans Affairs Medical Center. And then there are 3 that are serving the R.W. Beckett, which is a manufacturing business in the North Ridgeville area. And so the graphic there on the right indicates where van pools originate from. So we know that NOACA has 5 counties, but really we're supporting employers in those 5 counties, but some of the individuals who work in those locations are actually coming from other counties that are beyond the NOACA region. So most of the van pools originate in either Cuyahoga or Summit County. Those have 13 each. And then we have 9 that are originating in Lorain County, 4 in Medina County, 2 in Erie County, 2 in Lake County, 1 in Geauga, and 1 in Stark County. And I should note there is a third employer that is coming online right now. It is NCC Solutions, which is in North Royalton. Those are being onboarded currently, so they're not captured in the metrics or anything at this point in time. Okay, so we actually have a lot of staff that are involved in the van pool program and supporting it in various ways. The public affairs division does support outreach and engagement with potential employers and employees to essentially onboard and find new van pool opportunities. And so Kate did go into a lot of what they do during her presentation overall for NOACA, and a lot of those things that she included also cover the van pool program. So just to kind of reiterate specifically to van pool, we do reach out to business industry organizations, chambers of commerce, economic development organizations, and so on. And so one of which is Lorain County Chamber of Commerce Expo. We also search to connect employers to employees in the NOACA-defined job hubs. And so one of which where the VA is located is in University Circle. I know that we've supported a UCI Lunch and Learn in University Circle, Inc. And then also we do seek to support environmental justice communities. We do have that 15% subsidy. And so one of those employers that is in one of those communities is BValve. Also for outreach, there's various amounts of ways that we engage with potential employers. There are presentations that are provided. There are tabling events that we go to. There's also individual contacts. I think that's actually a lot of the contact that's made is kind of through individuals contacting us, or we have a lead somewhere, and so we can make calls or emails. We also provide print materials to potential employers. And lastly, we do have our NOACA Van Pool website, which we update with current information periodically. And then the map here on the right indicates the locations that we've provided outreach. So it's kind of all over the NOACA region. A lot of those locations are in some of the NOACA job hubs as well. Just for fun to show you, I know last year we unveiled the new NOACA logo. And so in coordination with that, we are also updating the logos for the van pools. So the old one is kind of the one that's up there on the left with the old NOACA logo. And then our new one is kind of the one that's the bottom right there. And just overall, staff have indicated, and so have others, that this is kind of a cleaner, fresher look. And so we're very excited about that. Okay, so the next 3 slides, I'm going to show some of the metrics that actually kind of coincide with some of the information that Ashley presented on earlier. And so she kind of gave a lot of the information on how this is calculated. I cannot explain that to you. I'm not the expert on that, but I can at least show you kind of the high level numbers here. And I should note that this slide and the next 2, for 2024, that is really just the first half of the year that's shown there. So it's not the full year, but we do have our, for 2023 and 2022, those are the full numbers for the full years. So anyway, we've estimated that we have offset CO2 by 407 metric tons in 2024. It looks like we're going to surpass the number of 634 from 2023. And we also have more van pools this year, so I'm sure that we will surpass that. And then we also have our estimated cost savings. So in 2023, we estimated about $1 million in cost savings. And then we hit about 700,000 for 2024. I should also note 2022, that's when we just started onboarding van pools in the first place. And we started in April. So it's not a full year. And we really were just kind of getting started at that point in time. So it's really nice to see how the program has grown into 2023. And then we also estimate then for cars off the road currently about 20,000 for 2024 and about 32,000 for 2023. Okay, so then I'm going to go over a couple of national trends with various van pool programs. There are various models throughout the region of van pool. Some of them, like Washington has a statewide program. Most of them are kind of regional or city-based. So Washington in 2018 had about 3,000 van pools in operation daily, and then that has dropped down to about 1,400 as of 2022. And then also concurrently, their van pool passenger trips were about 8.8 million in 2018 and have dropped down to about 2.3 million in 2022. And that's statewide for Washington. And then we also reached out to Chicago Pace, which serves the Chicagoland area. And so in 2013, which I should also note that we have different years here because everyone has different information they provided to us. So it's not apples to apples, but you do kind of have an idea of the van pools over time. So then we have information back to 2013 for the Chicagoland area, about 763 van pools then. And then you could see that during the pandemic, it kind of dropped from 2020 to 2021 down to 435. And then since it's kind of dropped down and now it's kind of coming back a little bit in 2024 at 392. Front Range in Colorado had about 236 in 2020, and they're down to about 80 in 2023. And then Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, which is the Pittsburgh area, had 56 in 2017 and 11 this year. And then a little more information on our peer agency in the Columbus area, MORPC, Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission. So we do coordinate with them because they are also in Ohio, and they also have kind of similar guidelines from ODOT as we do for their program. So it's a little bit closer to what we can do and what we do. So they actually had 10 van pools during COVID, but they've since increased to 32, which is encouraging. Most of their growth is with Veterans Affairs facilities, very similar to NOACA's current program, because most of ours are with the Veterans Affairs. MORPC does use an empty seat subsidy model. So what that means is that essentially the VA has, they have an opportunity to receive federal employer tax subsidies because they're a federal agency. And so MORPC kind of gives them a different subsidy in which they just provide funding for the empty seats that are available to support those van pools. That's something we do not currently do. They've acknowledged that it is harder than ever to get van pools on the road. I know we put a lot of time and effort into trying to get new van pools and onboarding them, and I'm happy to say that we are onboarding new ones currently. And then also MORPC does have 2 full-time employees who focus solely on rideshare. We kind of have a handful of employees, about 4 or 5 of us that have different roles, but none of us do it solely as our job. So then we've also developed a cost benefit analysis, very high level, pretty simple math here. But what we did was we took the benefits, which was the cost of car ownership for all van pool members. And this is based on the cost of owning a car of AAA. It's about $12,000. So then that total benefit, what we're calling it, is about $2.76 million. And then we divided that by the cost of the NOACA van pool program overall. And so what we did was we added in the costs that NOACA pays for the van pool program, so all of our subsidies and our staff time. And then also we added in the costs that the employees or the employers pay for each van pool. So that totals about, this is for state fiscal year 2024, which just ended. This totals about $1.1 million. So then we came up with a calculation that the cost benefit is about 2.5, or your return on investment for the van pool program in the region is about 2.5. So in general, really, we're kind of at a point where we've had the program moving for about 2.5 years now. And so we're at the point where we're trying to think, where should we go with the program? What should the future of the program be? And that's one of the reasons why we're bringing this presentation to you today. So just a few considerations. Nationally, it seems that there is a trend of declining van pool participation since COVID. We also do put, some time into marketing the program, and it's been kind of slow to onboard new van pools other than the VA. We also have limited vendors. We do work with Commute with Enterprise. They are our contractor, but I know that there's not a lot of businesses that really do this on the scale that we would need, I think, in the region other than Commute with Enterprise at this point in time. Also, the majority of our van pools are VA, but the VA, as a federal employer, does have the option to use another subsidy that's kind of similar to the CMAQ program. So once they sunset after their 3 years, they will actually still be able to kind of have a very similar subsidy through their tax incentive options. And then we do use CMAQ funds for our van pool program, which it is a good use of the funds, but we also use CMAQ for other things, air quality planning, as well as for capital construction projects. And then lastly, currently out of all of our van pools, only 2 of them are receiving the environmental justice subsidy at this point in time. Okay, so we just want to put this to you, the air quality subcommittee, since this is a CMAQ program and it does tie to air quality. We just have a few considerations. So we're kind of thinking at the staff level, should we continue the van pool program as it is with full force marketing and outreach efforts to add new van pools? Should we modify the program, maybe put a cap on VA van pools because they have another option, or potentially reduce and redirect our budget? Or should we sunset the program? Should we continue to administer existing van pools through a certain date and keep them for their 3 years, but then, not seek new van pools on board to the program? So those are just some of our considerations that we want to put to the subcommittee today. And so I think I'll just kind of leave it there if there are any questions or thoughts about that.
Thank you so much. Questions, comments? Yes.
Yeah, so I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I'm not the staff person that manages the invoices, but I do have an idea. So how we pay for the van pools, each one has a certain vehicle, and that's based on how many riders they have. So I believe it's 7 passengers or 12 passengers or something like that. Most of them are the smaller vehicles. So, a full vehicle would be 7 seats. And in that case, based on the year of the vehicle and when they bring it on, because there are requirements with the vehicles to federal requirements, you can't have over 60,000 miles. So once one vehicle for a van pool hits 60,000 miles, Commute with Enterprise has to bring in a new vehicle. So it's kind of a moving target, and it does go up in time. But I would say typical cost of a van pool is about $1,800 a month. And then, we would pay half. So then we would be paying half of that for that van pool. And then the other half would typically come from the employer or the employees, unless there's the additional NOACA subsidies, which most of the van pools don't receive. So most of them are the 50%. Yeah, that's per the federal regulations. There is some flexibility to extend that to 5, but you can only use the 3-year budget. So you can take that 3-year budget, and then the 3rd year, you can extend that out to years 3, 4, and 5. But then, you're kind of really not giving them much of a subsidy at that point. So we kind of keep it 3 years currently. I don't think we have a strict timeline. I think this is just a point to check in, to give information about the program, the costs, our cost benefit analysis, and kind of where we are. The program started 2.5 years ago. It's going pretty well. Most of the van pools are the VA van pools, which is not a bad thing. They're a great partner. But we just, wanted to check in. And I should note that we do have that new van pool, that new employer onboarding right now. I'm not sure how many van pools they will have, but that is ongoing.
I had a question. You noted that across the country, there's been a decrease in van pools. Is that solely attributed to COVID, or has there been other analysis on the cause of that?
You know, I haven't heard any other reason at this point in time. I know that COVID has been brought up by a lot of entities around the region, and it seems like that's one of the reasons. But honestly, I don't know another reason.
Yeah, to me, that seems counterintuitive. You know, cost of vehicles has only gone up. So it's not like the cost has gone down. People can afford vehicles more. So just interesting.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Like, so COVID, and then you think about supply chain issues that
Yeah.
were tied to that. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Any more questions, comments?
Yeah, Brian,
Yes.
I think I think it's a worthwhile program. And, mathematically, it seems like it's, creating a benefit, cost benefit. Another thing that I think it does is, it increases awareness of this agency. I've had people in town, in Medina County, just tell me, hey, I saw a NOACA van or a vehicle. So whatever that is worth also, I think is good for the agency. So I would say to continue the program as is.
Thank you. Yes, David.
Seen a couple of times in the past two presentations where you're referring to NOACA environmental justice communities. Could you go into a little more about how those communities are established
Yeah, I
and
definitely can.
designated, and particularly the data behind it?
Yeah, I'm going to try my best to explain it. I may need to lean on Grace or Joe a little bit. Essentially it's the it's in NOACA's regional transportation investment policy. So it actually is part of our policy that's defined at the board level, that guides a lot of what we do. And so it's really tied to two things: the percentage of individuals who are of low income in the region, and also then the percentage of minority populations. So that is a moving target, and it's based on the census, but you essentially kind of add those two populations together. And then if you have a higher percentage based on a certain rate in certain census tracts, or actually transportation analysis zones, which are like little pieces of census tracts, then those would, if they meet a certain criteria of threshold of those populations, then they would be environmental justice communities. And so we actually just updated it. We do have a map on our GIS portal that was just updated, I think, last week. That is based on the 2020 census. And in there, you can put on a layer and you can see the NOACA environmental justice communities. I don't know if Grace or anyone else would like to add anything else to that.
Just again, it's a federal designation, the federal definition, so we really don't have any opportunity or choice to modify it.
Okay, just to clarify, so it is based on census data
Yes.
of minorities and income?
So a community can have a minority population of a certain level or low income. And the geographic area, we take it down to the TAZ level.
So this is not using EJ screen or any of the layers of that capability?
You say EJ screen.
It's a federal, it's based on environmental data as well as historical data for areas.
David and everyone, so the environmental justice communities, that's its own definition that's given to us by the federal government.
Okay.
And everything that Grace just said is correct. EJ screen, we also use in our priority climate act. Oh, geez. In our priority climate action plan. So that actually gives you the full array of tools. But this is a separate, these are separate things. The environmental, you're talking about the environmental justice communities defined under Justice 40. Um, They're similar, but they're not exactly the same. And so for our climate action planning work, for example, we're looking at all of them. Environmental justice communities, Justice 40 communities, we're using the EJ screen tool, et cetera. But
I got a little confused when I saw the NOACA Environmental Justice Community labeled used a couple of times. I thought that was a special designation.
It is, I think it's probably, we should probably not call it the NOACA EJ, but the reason we do is that part of NOACA's, benefits to, communities. And one is a subset of the other, except the EJ is the one that's is strictly the federal definition. But they're all three part of a program that we offer, or a policy that we have created that benefits those kinds of communities if they fit those definitions.
Thank you.
Yes.
With that, I would say that, well, with that.
As is, I'm an as is kind of person. I go ahead and go with that with Jeff, I think. So, but I do appreciate there's so many different benefits to this. You talked offset CO, you talked cost save.
Could you go back to the Chicago slide? Questions were, why are van pool declining? I just wanted to point out that this was one of the programs that I oversaw when I was the deputy executive director of the RTA in Chicago. I left in 2012, and I think the whole program just bottomed out after I left. That was a joke, guys. Lighthearted in the morning. But seriously, some of the things that happened there between 2013 and 2020 is some of the major businesses that used to use the van pools, such as McDonald's, which was located in Oak Brook, Illinois, one of the suburbs, moved to downtown. And so once it moved back to downtown, same with United Airlines. Once they moved back to downtown, there's no need really for the van pools because you've got sufficient public transportation that will take you into the city. And if you used a van pool, you'd be paying $50 a day for parking. So in many ways, it undoes all of the advantages financially. So that was some of the things that were going on there besides COVID, because as you can see, the trend line is going down long before COVID.
Thanks for the context. Great discussion on that. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you. I should note that our first van pool started in April of 2022. There were two of them through the VA. And so they will end in March of 2025. So we haven't actually had any go through the full cycle yet. And our intention, as those kind of are not eligible anymore for the CMAQ subsidy due to federal regulations, is to survey them. So we want to kind of see what they intend to do. And maybe we'll have an idea of, how many of those van pools intend to remain, because when the subsidy goes away, they could still have the van pool. They just have to pay for it themselves. So maybe we can get a good idea on how much mode shift that we've established through this program too. Okay, so with that being said, NOACA staff will present van pool program statuses. We're also presenting to the Transportation Subcommittee today for input and then for potential future action. but I do appreciate the discussion today. Thank you very much. Oh, and I should plug, if you know someone who's interested in van pool, please have them get in touch with Kate Menning, and she can make sure that we can move forward with a potential van pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Up next is Kirk Kallenborn. He'll be presenting on PM 2.5 forecast accuracy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kirk Kallenborn, the Air Quality and Climate Policy Planner here at NOACA. I will be presenting on the PM 2.5 forecast accuracy for 2024. No action is requested at this time. This presentation is for information only. So I just wanted to start by giving everyone a brief refresher on the new PM 2.5 standard. This standard strengthens the primary annual PM 2.5 standard from 12 to 9 micrograms per cubic meter. This was published, the EPA published this in the Federal Register on March 6, 2024, making it effective May 6, 2024. This new standard will retain the primary 24-hour standard for both PM 2.5 and PM 10, and also retains the current secondary standards for all particulate matter. This new standard will also update the air quality index for PM 2.5 to reflect these new changes. And they have also updated the PM 2.5 monitoring network. And this is to try to include better air quality data for low-income disadvantaged communities, try and capture more data around those regions. Okay. And then here are some important dates that are coming up. As I said, the new standard became effective May 6th. And then the Ohio EPA will have 1 year after finalizing the new standard to make non-attainment designation recommendations to the US EPA. The US EPA will then have 2 years to make final non-attainment designations. The state implementation plan is due 3 years from the finalizing the NACs. And the non-attainment SIP is due 18 months from finalization. And then the moderate attainment date is 6 years from final designations, would bring it to around 2032. Okay, so currently at NOACA, we post daily forecasts for fine particulate matter year-round through Air Now Tech. And we have also begun a review of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration daily forecast of PM 2.5 concentrations to assess how their model performs. So here we can see the PM 2.5 exceedance days in Northeast Ohio from 2012 to 2023. And as you can see in 2023, we sort of had an unprecedented amount of PM 2.5 exceedance days due to the Canadian wildfire smoke. Now, I should mention that this number is, the exceedance days for 2023 is based off unverified data that we received from the Ohio EPA. We use this data to post our daily forecasts. But we will be posting an official number of exceedance days in our air quality trends report in early 2025. So you can be on the lookout for that. So far in 2024, we have not had any PM 2.5 exceedance days. So we're hoping that trend continues. And then in our last meeting, we did have a question on why there were so many exceedance days for both PM 2.5 and ozone in 2012. So the first thing I did was take a look at our air quality trends reports. And the earliest trends report I could find was from 2013. So it was almost right there to 2012. But I did find a sentence in the report that said, we had fewer exceedance days this year due to lower temperatures and higher precipitation levels. So then it got me thinking, what were some of the environmental factors going on in 2012? So I did some research. And I found that we were in a pretty strict heat wave across the United States. And this was actually the second warmest year in the Northeast Ohio region with an average temperature of 52.3 degrees Fahrenheit. And we were also in a pretty severe drought at this time. I found an article from the Plain Dealer around, it was in July in 2012, stating that they had only 33 days with measurable amounts of rain from March. So from the spring, so March 20th to then. So that is a pretty severe drought for that area. And these types of conditions can definitely create days of poor air quality. And there's actually a direct correlation between an increase in temperature and an increase in ozone levels. So for every 1 increase in Fahrenheit, there's a 0.7 increase in parts per billion for ozone. So these definitely a correlation there. Now we are experiencing some of these same environmental factors in 2023. While 2023 wasn't necessarily one of the most warmer years in the Northeast Ohio region, it was the warmest year globally on record. according to the National Centers for Environmental Information. So as climate change increases, we can expect to see wildfire season length, frequency, and burn area increase. So still experiencing some of the same environmental factors that can lead to these poor air quality days. The picture on the right, well, excuse me, the picture on the left is from June 26th of 2023. And then the picture on the right is of June 28th. So you can see that we were completely blocked out from the wildfire smoke. And June 28th is actually the worst day we had for air quality in 2023. So we, due to all these recent concerns regarding PM 2.5, NOACA has begun analysis of NOAA's PM 2.5 forecast model. This study area included 9 monitors across Northeast Ohio. And we received a lot of technical support from NOAA and the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation to help retrieve the data we needed for this project. So we collected archived forecast data dating back to January 1st from the National Centers of Environmental Information using a decoding software known as dgrib. The data is stored in grib files, and we'll have to use this dgrib decoding software to extract the data we need. So it was really helpful to receive all this technical support from NOAA and the Tennessee Department of Environmental Conservation. Really helped out a lot, helping us gather the information. And then also, we previously collected daily forecast data from NOAA's website manually. So we would have to, every day, go on their website, type in the location we needed, the date, time, and then scan through all of the different monitoring locations and extract the data we needed. But we recently developed a script in dgrib that automatically extracts the data we needed for all 9 of our monitoring locations and puts them in our master Excel spreadsheet. So really streamline the process. We don't have to do it every day. The computer just does it for us. Really great to do that. But we still have to collect daily observation data from the Ohio EPA. They send us emails every morning. We go in, collect the data we need, and put it in our spreadsheet. And then we compared and analyzed the forecast and observation data to see how accurate their model is performing. And then Joe and I will present our results at the National Air Quality Forecasters Workshop in Washington, October 9th through the 10th. And thanks for inviting me, Joe. Appreciate that. So here is a list of all the monitors in Northeast Ohio. You can see that we have 6 monitors currently in Cuyahoga County. This is mainly because Cuyahoga County is the worst when it comes to PM 2.5 levels in the region. So the primary annual standard, as you know, is at 9 micrograms per cubic meter, and Cuyahoga County is currently sitting at 11.2. So that we are definitely exceeding that standard for Cuyahoga County. All the other counties are currently below the standard. Summit County, however, is around 8.8, so approaching the standard, but it has been on the decline in recent years. So we're hoping that trend continues. Now, we did run into some challenges when working on this project. So when we first reviewed the forecast data we received from the dgrib decoding software, we noticed that there were multiple sites that were producing the same forecast data. So this definitely was a concern to us. So we checked the scripts we wrote in dgrib to make sure all the commands were correct. We checked our latitude and longitude coordinates, make sure those were correct. And then we contacted NOAA to see if they could help us resolve the issue. And what we learned was that their forecast model consists of a network of grid boxes that are laid out across the United States. So each grid box produces its own forecast data, and each grid box is approximately 5,079 square meters. So you can see here that these sites are pretty close next to each other, and they are in the same grid box, so that would indicate that's why they are producing the same duplicate data. So that was definitely good to learn. And then we also, we compared the forecast data we received from the dgrib decoding software to the forecast data on NOAA's website. And we realized that the site for GT Craig the forecast data did not match. So that was definitely a concern to us. We contacted NOAA and see if they could help us resolve it. And what we learned was that we had actually included too many significant figures in our latitude and longitude coordinates. And that had actually pushed us into another grid box that were giving us different forecast data. So their latitude and longitude coordinates are around 2 significant figures, and I think we had like 5 or 6 significant figures in. And so even though that they were both like accurate, it still pushed us into a different grid box, giving us different forecast data. So we corrected our latitude and longitude coordinates to 2 significant figures to make sure our data was consistent with NOAA's. So these were definitely good learning experiences to know in the future if we ever have to add any more monitoring locations in our region. So the next steps, continue to monitor PM 2.5 levels in Northeast Ohio, gather US EPA observation and NOAA forecast data for future analysis. We will be publishing the 2024 Air Quality Trends Report in early 2025. And then we also update the Air Quality Subcommittee. We'll be sharing our October workshop presentation at the December 2024 meeting, and any additional changes to the NAAQS or Northeast Ohio's PM 2.5 attainment status. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually had a question. So when you're doing your analysis to see how the data reflects and how it compares with NOAA's forecast, do you do an average of those 4 monitoring sites? Because they can vary greatly, depending on wind direction
Yeah.
and source pollution.
So we are analyzing it in a few different ways. We are analyzing it by each monitor location.
Okay.
And then we are also analyzing it by month. So we'll take all of the monitor locations, average them all together, see how they're performing monthly. And then, yeah, so we're analyzing it in different sorts of ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then maybe it was stated, do you plan on, I know you're going to present at the Washington DC in October.
Mhm.
Will you be presenting to this group as well, your findings?
Yes, in the December
In
meeting.
December, thank you. I
Yes.
missed that, sorry.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
The industrial complexes around those sites, what would those be? I see Craig is, that's,
It's to the north,
Okay.
south.
yeah, I'm just wondering what's within like a mile of those sites. What you might
I could
have.
speak on that if you'd like. me to.
Sure.
All right, since they're the sites that I operate, those 4 sites are, if you look, they are to the north, south, east, and west of the Industrial Valley. Depending on whether, wind direction will capture emissions from Industrial Valley. And also it's located near major highway systems. Because remember, not just industry has emissions, PM 2.5. Mobile sources are our major source of PM 2.5 emissions for that. But I think you're pretty well aware of. Are you well aware of the industries, Industrial Valley? Okay, and many other industries as well. Yes. Yes. Correct.
Brian, I had a question. Yeah, this, about a week or 2 ago, there was a huge industrial fire in Akron. Made the news and all, and you could just see these plumes of smoke just many miles away. And I know, Cleveland. Major fires every once in a while. But how does that affect what we're doing here as far as these monitoring stations? I mean, it's got to have some effect.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It depends if, so not all sites. Now, Ohio has transitioned. We used to just operate a lot of intermittent monitoring sites, and now we're I think almost all of our intermittent sites have continuous monitors now. So depending on, it's a lot on wind direction and how close that fire source is to a nearby monitor and whether it's going to pick up, but it actually absolutely will. We'll see, if something as small as when the Guardians have a fireworks night and the wind is out of the west, that's going to be picked up at GT Craig because GT Craig is half a mile downwind. Fires absolutely will. Yes, Joe, you can add.
Mr. Chairman, there are what EPA calls exceptional events. Incidents like what you just described would be an exceptional event. Fireworks on the 4th of July would be an exceptional event. We still don't know how they're going to handle the wildfire smoke from Canada because it's not technically something that's happening in our region. So that is a question. Yes, it's part of the environment, but it's not something generated by activity in Northeast Ohio. So for those exceptional events, when it comes to looking at forecast accuracy, they usually don't count those against us regarding attainment status, and we usually don't penalize ourselves in terms of forecasting accuracy. So that's why they are exceptional events. We take those out, and they will take those out in terms of exceedance day classification.
And I just have two things to add to that. If you're looking for, maybe your own health and well-being, hey, should I be downwind of the fire in looking at nearby? That's different than, attainment status, whether you want to be, I wouldn't be parked downwind of a major fire, for many reasons. But, I actually do know that, the exceptional event demonstrations, only are done when there's regulatory significance. By regulatory significance, that means that it would have to impact whether we meet attainment or not. So there's still a lot of analysis going on. This is not definitive, but regardless of the fires, we would have been in non-attainment of this new standard anyways, because of our high PM 2.5. So there might not be the work put in to perform that analysis because it doesn't have regulatory significance. Even factoring in wildfires, we're still in non-attainment. We'll still be moving towards non-attainment the way it looks. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Joe McDonald. He'll be presenting on air quality forecast accuracy through August 31st.
Good morning, everyone. So half my presentation has already been given. Never a bad thing. You're very familiar with this update. I have a few little September surprises in here, so I will walk you through those so you can understand the tweaks I've made. I don't want anyone to be bored. This is very familiar, how we do our forecasts, where we post them, so I'm not going to repeat this. This is also very familiar. We go to a variety of sites for information to guide our forecasting and whether we issue an advisory. So let's get to the numbers. That's the most interesting thing. This is not a new table. The only thing I'll point out here is that we did improve on our forecasting of good versus moderate threshold for PM2.5. That is NOACA improved 66% versus 61% when I talked to you last time. And we had no exceedance days for PM2.5, and I didn't forecast any exceedance days for PM2.5. So I'm batting 1,000 on this. Okay. Now this table is a little more complicated. I have a few more numbers in here, and let me just walk you through it. As Kirk already mentioned, we have just started to scrutinize, and this is for NOAA wants us to do this. They want to understand how their models perform in different parts of the country that have different topographies, different geographies. They're very interested in us because we're in the Great Lakes, we're in a coastal area. But coast here is different from the East Coast, the West Coast, the Gulf of Mexico. So what I did is put a simple table together that shows you the two different thresholds, the good versus moderate threshold for the 24-hour max standard, that's 12 micrograms per cubic meter. And then 35 micrograms per cubic meter is our threshold between moderate and unhealthy for sensitive groups. In the first row, you'll see the forecast agency NOACA and the 66% and 100% I just shared with you on the previous two slides. in the second row, I've decided to put in all of the model inputs we get from NOAA, or outputs rather. So you have two sub rows, if you will, NOAA's forecast for both the model and the bias corrected model, the M and the B, at 6Z, that's 6 Zulu time, which is really the middle of the night for us. That's really about midnight. And you can see that they were higher in terms of their accuracy, 74, 73%. On the 12 microgram per cubic meter threshold, and the same as us, 100. They didn't think there was going to be an exceedance either. So we all were good on no exceedances. And then just below that, the NOAA 12Z MB, the model and the bias corrected, 74 and 74. There's not a huge difference here, but I'm just trying to be a little more transparent with these numbers since we're going to be poking into NOAA's model performance. Okay, so that's PM25. Not too much to talk about. What a difference a year makes. This is so much better than last year when we were choking and coughing and wheezing, all from wildfire smoke from another country, and couldn't believe that we couldn't even see landmarks and buildings, and our own communities couldn't have outdoor camps. Seniors didn't want to go outside. We had the worst air quality in the world. I mean, I think we were up there on June 28th. It was at the top of the heap in terms of the world. So that was frightening. Okay. That was PM25. Now let's move to ozone. So I, again, set up this table in a similar way. So you have the two thresholds, as you know, between good and moderate. The threshold is 50 parts per billion. This is your max 8-hour average. And then 70 parts per billion. These haven't changed over the last several years. The NOACA forecast accuracy is that first row, 82% and 92%. So that's a little low. So we struggled a bit more, as did NOAA, with forecasting. And I'll get into forecasting exceedances for the ozone because this was a tricky season for a number of reasons. We started off well, and then things got a little complicated in terms of the meteorology. And then NOAA's 60, we were actually better than NOAA. Their 60 was in the mid 70s, their 12Z with 80 and 76. So we beat NOAA on all of their model forecasts for the good versus moderate. And we were about the same. They were maybe slightly better, 92 and 93% between the model and bias corrected for the moderate versus unhealthy for sensitive groups. Okay, so I've changed this table also just a little bit. Again, I'm breaking out the NOAA model outputs for all four of them and then color coding accordingly. So what you can see here is we've had 9 exceedance days through August 31st for our 2015 ozone standard, which is unfortunate because we're facing a bump up to serious non-attainment for the ozone standard, and that's for the entire region, not just for a specific part of the region. But if you look at the leftmost column, you can see that the rightmost column, you can see that the number of stations affected, they're all very small. So none of these were widespread regional events. All of these exceedances were 1 or 2 stations. The only one that had 3 stations, we accurately forecasted and NOAA did not. But for the rest of the year through the summer, we had these periods of, we were right on the edge and we just did not call it correctly. NOAA really didn't either. And we had a number of days I did not put on here where we peaked at 68, 69, 70 parts per billion, which is just below the threshold. And so it becomes a challenge because you don't want to just call all of those days exceedance days. That's not really appropriate. But you also are trying not to miss exceedance days. So a thunderstorm, you could have anticipated exceedance, and a cluster of a thunderstorm, and it doesn't even have to impact the entire 5-county region, could have popped up, and that could have been just enough to keep you below exceedance, or you thought there was going to be rain and we didn't get there. I mean, when we're hovering around there, and again, it's 1 or 2 stations out of 12. We have 12 ozone monitoring stations across the region. So we're talking very isolated events. And in the old days, and Bill Davis is not that old, but in the days when he used to do this, his mantra was, if you're not going to have a regional exceedance event, if you're not going to have widespread exceedance across multiple stations, then you should not issue an advisory. You should not call for an exceedance. That was guidance he gave me. I'm trying to pinpoint as accurately as possible, but it was frustrating. And then if you look at the second from the right column, and this is something I've also done for the first time, I put in the category of exceedance, so we were never higher than a 3, but I also wanted to put in the peak concentration. Again, the most serious event we accurately forecasted, but if you look at all of these other peak concentrations for the 8-hour max average, they're all just over the threshold of 70 point, it's technically 70.5 parts per billion. So 71, 72, I mean, so just slight exceedances at 1 or maybe 2 stations and you have an exceedance. So that was a little frustrating. NOAA also struggled. And you can also see, if you look carefully at where NOAA had, and they never had universal agreement across their model forecasts on exceedance when we didn't. And you can see that the pattern of correctly calling the exceedance, if you look at the numbers that are green versus red, that was never consistent either. So the guidance from NOAA was not terribly helpful this summer. They had different models at different times calling for exceedance, and those were not the same models that called for exceedance the next time when there was an exceedance and we didn't call it. And then we got in lockstep where neither of us were calling the exceedance correctly toward the end. So fortunately, the air quality has been very good towards the end of, or at least the last, I would say, several weeks. We've had an exceedance August 24th. We haven't had anything close to an exceedance since. NOAA has continued to forecast some of these exceedances, so the numbers will change in my December report. But I'm not taking the bait, because the tendency for NOAA is to under forecast at the beginning of the season, and then they tend to over forecast as you get later in the season. So this is a little bit more detail for you. I know you get excited with the numbers, and I wanted to make everybody happy. So we get into missed opportunities versus false alarms. We had 7 days where NOACA did not forecast and observed exceedance, so we missed those opportunities. NOAA missed 8 of those days with the 6Z, and 7 or 8 days, depending on whether you look at the model or the bias corrected with the 12Z. So again, we both missed a lot. Again, trying to pinpoint this as precisely as possible. For false alarms, there were 8 days when we forecasted exceedance when we didn't get it. For NOAA, the only, ironically enough, the model in which I have the least confidence, they only had false alarms for 4 days with the 6Z, which is the early forecast for the traditional model. Their supposedly better models had 6 or 7 false alarms, so closer to NOACA. So again, challenging for NOAA, challenging for us. It'll be interesting to share with them our analysis of their model when we go down there in October. We will continue to track forecast performance. We will update you in December with what we talked about with the NOAA folks in October, and that's where we'll be the second week of October. Questions?
Thank you, Joe. Any questions, comments? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Joe, you've invested time in educating us about the lake and the interactions between the lake, the shoreline, the inland. Is that what factors into some of this variability, these challenges? Is that directly applicable to that? Does that help us better understand?
I'd like to say yes, it was that simple. However, I can't. There was a period, you all may remember this. So it really started June 15th, when the forecast looked like we were going to have an exceedance every single day. And I started to forecast exceedance. I think I started on the Sunday of that week. We're going to have exceedance because I saw meteorologically, as I showed you a few meetings ago, we had a pretty dominant high sitting over the mid-Atlantic. We had very weak airflow coming out of the Southwest. I said, oh, this is classic. Temperatures mid to upper 80s, maybe 90, low 90s. We did not exceed. I thought, okay, well, things are building. Monday, nope. Tuesday, we had a thunderstorm. By Wednesday, I said, okay, obviously I'm not getting it, so I should pull back on this. Of course, that's when we started to just barely exceed. And I thought, well, that was an exception. No, it went on for 4 straight days. So, and the meteorology didn't change the whole time. So something was missing, but it was not something significant. It was something that was just enough to push us over that exceedance threshold. And that's where the frustration part of forecasting comes into play. because we don't understand everything. That's chaos theory. And the fact that weather is at some level always inherently unpredictable. Even if you could perfectly forecast, there's a limit to the perfection of your forecast. I think we were taught when I was in school, it was 9 days. That's the most perfectly you'll ever be able to forecast. We're never going to get there. It's, you know, it's an aspiration, but not going to happen. So that's the answer I can give you is nothing obvious related to the lake. There are lots of different factors that could play into why were we 71 parts per billion instead of 69. There were days when I white knuckled it because I forecasted no exceedance and we got right up to 70 and we didn't go over. And I was like, okay. It's been a very entertaining summer. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Sure.
I definitely felt for you this year. There was
Yeah.
a lot of those. I keep an eye on the data as close as you do, and it was very close. Yes, David?
Joe, in case there's any doubt, we appreciate all the work you put into this.
Well, I appreciate that. And here's the reality. I could forecast perfectly. It doesn't matter in terms of attainment status. If we've exceeded 9 days, we've exceeded 9 days, and that puts us in a more serious, literally in this case, serious non-attainment, which means there are things that we're going to have to do as a region to try to combat this. And it's only progressed. We were marginal, then we were moderate, now we're going to be serious. And so that's the reality. Even if I had all green for NOACA, it doesn't change the fact that we exceeded, that we don't have the air quality that we want based on the standard. So that's the challenge that we're all going to have to face together.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation.
Actually, that just sparked another
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
So what can we do to get out in front of this? Is there a way to get out in front of it?
Well, I think a lot of the things that need to be done, NOACA is working on already and in partnership. Commissioner, I think you already know, based on the amazing opportunity that US EPA has provided, even though that's a stationary source, shutting down the peaking coal power plant, setting up alternative energy sources, that's a big step towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But we already know that one of the greatest co-benefits of greenhouse gas emissions reduction is to reduce air pollutants. So that's a huge and exciting development. Not only, and this speaks more to the mobile side of emissions, but providing folks in Painesville and in other parts of Lake County the opportunity to walk, to bike, to not have to get in their car and drive, because they now have opportunities to enjoy recreation and access the lake and do other things. You know, providing access without relying on a vehicle, whether it's through the Scenic Valley Railroad coming into downtown, whether it's providing pedestrian and bicycle access to the lakefront, as they've done in the city of Euclid, as what's going to happen in Painesville. I know that a lot of work has been done in Lorain County to increase walkability and bikeability in Lorain and Elyria and getting to the lakefront in Lake County, or in Lorain County rather. These are all the things that we work on this stuff every day. So these things aren't new or dramatic, but the commitment to it, and then the regional issue, and we do deal with a big region, bigger than NOACA. I mean, the pollutants from mobile emissions come from a huge urban complex that extends south from Cleveland all the way down past Canton. You know, these are the things that we're trying to accomplish to reduce vehicle miles traveled, to reduce mobile emission sources, electric cars, hybrid vehicles, e-bikes. We just have to keep working at it. We can't give up on it. And that's the best answer I can provide, but Grace may be able to say more if she wants.
I would suggest we hire a marketing company. And I don't mean this tongue in cheek. I mean it sincerely. What Joe just said is the God's honest truth. But there's people out there that vilify this. You know, when we rolled out the announcement of that $129 million grant, 80 million coming to Lake County, city of Painesville, people were actually disparaging of what a waste, how terrible. You can't do this. You're leveraging these activities against our grandchildren. I think we really need to, and again, we need to get our message out there in a way that is truthful, but can be accepted by the people who just want to just be negative Nellies. I don't know any nice way to say this, but doggone it, how do you turn your nose up to rating in the top 25 in the nation? So I feel your frustration from the political side. You know, I'm kind of the victim of supporting this, you know, and I stand by my support of NOACA and the efforts. But it's, in certain circles, not a very popular thing to do. And again, Joe spoke the God's honest truth here. So I don't know, Grace, if we want to, we really need to do something here to get our message out there. I'm just pitching that, but by God, I'm done at the end of the year. So we really, because I don't want to see anybody else also have to fall by the wayside unjustly. So Grace, thoughts? Joe, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely right. When you're hearing folks say things like, by spending $79 million, you're, you know, putting that against the debts of your grandchildren, but the same can be said about the air quality. If you don't do that, what are you doing to your grandchildren in terms of their physical health and their mental well-being? So you're right. I think there is a marketing campaign here that we can certainly think about and fund, and we can be on the offensive.
But I would also throw one caution out there. Don't overreact to the other extreme. And I'm going to use a term that might rankle some. Don't go to the tree hugger extreme.
Right.
Just as Joe Friday, you say in Dragnet, just the facts. If we could do that, because that's so easy to push back against a lot of the aspirational, focus on the achievable, which is exactly what we did and how we wound up in the top 25 in the nation. We focused on what was achievable. And by golly, we kicked butt on that one. So again, just words of experience of, wow, this hurt, but it was the right thing to do. So, and again, I praise NOACA for what you're doing. There's a lot of pushing and pulling in a lot of different directions, but focusing on achievable, focusing on accepted language, common terms, that's carrying the day. And again, I hold up that top rating in the top 25 in the nation. That was a highly competitive. There were over 300 applications, and we landed in the top 25. That says a lot about the leadership, the staff, the commitment. And we want to have, and this is a good example of diversity, where we had a lot of diverse conversation. And boy, there was a lot of fighting over plan versus planning. I'm never going to let that one go. We literally almost had a civil war over ING. But cooler heads prevailed, and the proof is in the pudding. We scored in the top in the nation. So again, I just want to throw that caution out, because there's always this tendency to overcompensate. So don't let the negative voices try to be countered by overly positive. Again, I appreciate you letting me just vent a little here. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on that note, if we could go back to an announcement at the very beginning to talk about a longstanding and I think much appreciated program of NOACA's. Grace just has a brief announcement to share. The Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative program, which has a lot of benefits for air quality through its efforts that have benefited many communities throughout the region.
Thank you. Yes, apparently I did have an executive director's report that I failed to give. So we have opened up the application cycle for our TLCI program. Once again, this year, we are going to focus on implementation. So we have $2 million available. Those applications are due October 9th. We did have a workshop, I believe, last week on this topic. So if you missed that workshop and have questions, please feel free to call NOACA staff. This is another opportunity for us to put into action the words that we have put forward on getting things done. So these are projects that for a long time, we looked at them simply as transportation projects. And really, they are air quality projects, and we need to make sure that this subcommittee is aware and engaged in the process. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That wraps up our presentation section. We'll be going to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? Believe so. Okay. Old business. Is there any old business? Okay. How about new business? Is there any new business? Okay. We move on to adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn? A second? Thank you. All in favor? And any opposed? Okay, and the meeting is adjourned. The next meeting will be Friday, December 20th, 2024 at 9 a.m. at the NOACA offices. Thank you.
is.
10:40.
10:40. In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second, or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top. They are on when it's green. So let's start with the minutes of the meeting of June 14th. It was in your packet sent to you. Are there any corrections or additions to those minutes? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This motion is approved. So now we'll go on to advisory council updates. Bike and Ped Advisory Committee, BPAC.
Yeah, so the only update that I want to just highlight is that under the action item CY 2025 safety performance measure targets were presented to the BPAC committee, and the BPAC voted in opposition to the proposed targets because they did not agree with the methodology that was used for the moving average. So that's just one highlight.
Thank you. What about the SOC, the Safety and Operations Council? David Ray's not here, so that summary is in your packet. Transit Council, I see you, Ben.
I wasn't at the last meeting, so the report's in the packet.
Summary is in the packet. Okay, ODOT update, Matt. Good morning.
I was just wondering if NOACA would, and maybe you already have it in your awards or scopes, somehow link our policy for conflict of interest in your awards. That way, members know, municipalities know that they can't use their consultant engineers for design. Or if they do, they have to have a third party review it. Something to consider.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're aware of that, and we certainly have used or been required to address that conflict with our TLCI applications because there have been consultants who are preparing those.
Yeah.
So we have plugged that hole, but it's a good idea for us to think through where else we can put the actual language.
Appreciate it.
Anything else from ODOT?
No.
Thank you. Public comments? I believe we have someone. Jacob Van Sickle, I see you. Welcome to the microphone.
Thank you, everybody. I'll be as brief as possible. My name is Jacob Van Sickle. I'm Executive Director of Bike Cleveland. I'm here today to speak on agenda item 6A, calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets. NOACA's current method of using a 5-year rolling average with a 2% reduction to set safety targets is counterproductive to improving safety in our region. As the number of serious injuries and fatalities continue to rise, so too do our targets. This approach undermines our effort to create safer roadways and fails to inspire the bold action required to achieve zero traffic fatalities as outlined in NOACA's SAVE plan and as committed in various communities' Vision Zero action plans. It's important to note that there's a federal requirement for state DOTs to use a 5-year rolling average, but MPOs have the ability to set their own performance measures. Local decision makers and the public look to NOACA for leadership in transportation planning, and I believe we need to be visionary in setting our goals to improve safety. While I understand the NOACA's approach for setting safety targets aligned with ODOT Strategic Highway Safety Plan, I believe a more ambitious approach is necessary to address the region's escalating serious injury and fatal crash rates. As an alternative to NOACA's 2% reduction based on a 5-year rolling average, I propose establishing a benchmark year based on the lowest number of fatal and serious injury crashes from the previous 5 years and setting a percentage reduction from this baseline. This will demonstrate a clear commitment to safety in reaching Vision Zero. The human and economic costs of traffic fatalities are immeasurable. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that in 2018, traffic fatalities cost Ohio $1.69 billion in lost workforce and medical costs. Each loss represents a preventable tragedy. By adopting a more aggressive approach, NOACA can position itself as a leader in transportation safety and inspire local decision makers to implement necessary policy and design changes. I urge the Transportation Subcommittee to not approve the calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets and ask that NOACA staff propose a more aggressive target that points towards Vision Zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. We'll now move on to the Executive Director's report.
Good morning, everyone. I only have one item. We have opened our TLCI implementation program application round for this year. We have $2 million available, and it will be for project implementation only, so not planning studies. And the applications are due October 9th. We did have a workshop this past week, and that workshop, the video is available online. So if you're interested, you can take a look at that. You can also reach out to NOACA staff for any assistance. We look forward to the TLCI program being able to bring dividends to our region in terms of everything from walkability and transit multimodal to cleaner air. So thank you.
Thank you, Grace. You just heard about safety. This is a great program to help introduce safety measures. And we heard about air quality. So this sort of brings it all together. Action items. So we are now.
I think you've got a question.
Oh, sorry.
Just quick question. When's the next round of the study is going to be?
Next year, yeah.
So I believe every year, this is an implementation year. Next year, we have planning, then implement. That's how they've been doing it the last few years. Okay, any other questions? I'll look up this time. No, I believe then we are on to the state fiscal year 2025 planning project review. Sarah.
But we have another
Announcement.
We have one more announcement. It just wasn't working. Just the household travel survey continues. We did not achieve the 9,000 responses that we were aiming for. So we did send out some additional surveys. And if you or your neighbors or friends receive a
Okay, good morning. I want to bring to you the project planning reviews for the second quarter of this fiscal year. There is action requested. We're recommending or asking that you recommend this project to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. So a little bit about why we do project planning reviews. We want to look and see if the proposed project is helping to achieve NOACA's goals and vision and make sure it is consistent with all of our requirements and oversight for our agency. So the review involves staff review and comment, obviously bringing it to all of our committees, subcommittees, and advisory councils for review. We also send to all communities and agencies who will be affected by the project in something we call intergovernmental review and consultation. And then we also post on our website for public review and comment. PPR falls within this chart here, starting with the proposed projects and going into planning review. And then long-range plan and tip modification comes before implementation, and we'll talk about plan and tip modification shortly. So the first project for this quarter is the Veterans Memorial Bridge Connector. This is sponsored by the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works and is looking to study alternatives to reopen that lower level on the Veterans Memorial Bridge. The total cost for this project would be $7 million. And here's just a map showing context regionally where the bridge is located. The next project is Wilson Mills Road, sponsored by the Geauga County Engineer. This project will resurface Wilson Mills Road from Heath to Thwing in Munson Township, and is the total cost is $1.35 million. This project does have NOACA STBG funds as part of it. And here's a picture of the location, but just note that there is a segment to be removed from the scope as well. So again, it'll start at Heath and go to Wing Road. And then our last projects for project planning review are some GCRTA transit projects. 3 projects are through the 5307 project or program. One is for automated storage and retrieval at the Central Bus Maintenance Facility. Another is for lift replacement. So it's lift equipment in the bus and paratransit maintenance facilities. And then the third Section 5307 project is to replace rail platforms at West Park, Cedar University, and Superior Red Line stations. So that would be to be ADA compliant. And then the last project for GCRTA is a transit-oriented development study for Lorraine Road. So that would be in the cities of North Olmsted, Fairview Park, and Cleveland. And in total, those projects would cost $36.43 million. So for next steps, staff will continue to forward any public comment, any community comment, and then of course your comments to project sponsors to coordinate those updates. And then again, we recommend this item to ask that you recommend this item to the Planning Programming Committee for the Board of Directors agenda.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve? Any second? Is there any discussion on this? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Second quarter state fiscal year 2025 plan and tip amendment. Sarah.
Okay, so this this item also requires action, and we're recommending or asking that you recommend this item to the Planning and Programming Committee again for placement on the Board of Directors December agenda. Here is the process again. So as before, we are at the top, and now we're moving into amending our long-range plan and the plan or the tip, and also the state tip. So some of these projects we saw in PPR, so I'll go a little bit faster on them. But again, this is a new project proposed by Cuyahoga County. And so we will be adding it to the plan and tip as a new project. And this is for the Veterans Memorial Bridge Connector study. And then the next project is Wilson Mills Road for the Geauga County Engineer. I apologize, that header is wrong, but this is the Wilson Mills Road project that includes some NOACA STBG funds. And the update will be to update the scope and remove a little piece of that. And then again, we do have the GCRTA projects. Skip one. Oh, okay. So a few of those include an automated storage and retrieval system that we looked at in the PPR, those lift replacement projects in the bus and paratransit maintenance facilities, the 3 heavy rail platform replacements, and then the Lorraine Road TOD study. These are all new projects and will be added to the plan and tip. And then the next few slides of projects are also from GCRTA, but they've already been programmed, so they'll just need to be modified for various reasons. So on this slide, we have some overhead catenary system construction, a rail car replacement program for the light rail cars, and also some paratransit improvements. And then lastly, a substation improvement program for 24 to 26. Next, we have some bus replacements. So this is for 24 to 26 to replace 105 buses. There is another project for the relocation of the Brook Park Maintenance Facility. We also have an expansion for the GCRTA rail shop mezzanine, and then also the NOACA underserved area projects for GCRTA. Then additionally, we have 2024 to 2027 replacements for preventative maintenance for rail, and then for the Blue Line ADA compliancy, they will be reconstructing some light rail stations to be 100% ADA accessible. So next steps, we will present these recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee in October, and then pending board approval in December, we would incorporate them into our plan and transportation improvement program, and also update the state transportation improvement program. We are requesting that you recommend this item to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration for the Board of Directors agenda in December.
Thank you, Sarah. Did you have something?
Yeah, I have a question, and this is a Dever. First of all, congratulations on the $7 million for the Detroit Superior Bridge. That is quite an award. What is your time frame for beginning the study and ending the study and then beginning construction? As you know, we're building the tip and we're looking at funding various types of construction projects, and just kind of wanted to know more about this one.
Yeah, thank you. Right now, we're developing the scope. We've retained the services of Michael Baker to do the overall first feasibility study, develop alternatives, and then ultimately to prepare full designed construction plans. Timeline right now, we've got multiple phases to this, and obviously the first piece is the feasibility study. So I don't have an exact timeline. My hope is within a 2-year period, we're able to complete, do the overall project to have it ready for construction documents. So we will, I think that's what we endeavor to do. I mean, we're trying to move as quickly as possible on it. And, you know, we're very thankful also for the grant from the federal government. We've been looking at this project for a number of years with the help of NOACA also and the city. So we're happy to see that now that we have the resources available, we can put together hopefully a very comprehensive plan to connect both the west side of the river, Irishtown Bend, ultimately into the downtown Cleveland area.
The feasibility study is being paid for by Cuyahoga County?
Ultimately, yes, and we're being reimbursed. So we're still working out the details of the grant that we received.
Okay.
And we're still trying to finalize that with the feds right now. So we hope to have that completed very soon here. Okay.
Okay, good, very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I have a motion to approve? And a second?
Second.
We've had discussion. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing and hearing none. Can I, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. Now we move on to safety performance measure. Tessa.
My name is Ketsa Turnbull. I'm here to present on calendar year 2025 safety performance measure targets. We are asking you to recommend this item to the Planning and Programming Committee for its consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of director's agenda, and it would be adopting ODOT's proposed 2% reduction across the 5 measures. This was previously adopted in Resolution 2023-055. Safety performance management is part of the FHWA's overall transportation performance management program. It supports the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and ODA and NOACA safety plan share a zero deaths vision. The 5 performance measures are number of fatalities and its rate per 100 million vehicles miles traveled, number of serious injuries and its rate per 100 million VMT, and the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. Targets are calculated based on 5-year rolling averages. The advantage of this is that it smooths out data because rolling averages help to smooth out fluctuations in noise and data. It also helps identify trends by averaging data over a period, but it does introduce a lag in recognizing new trends or changes. State DOTs are required to adopt the targets annually, and then MPOs have to do it within 180 days, either by adopting the state DOT safety targets or committing to alternative quantifiable targets for their regions. We are proposing a fatality goal of 156, and then it's worth noting that we have gotten significantly worse results because of speeding, which is reflected in the increasing fatalities. This comes out to a rate of 1.19, and it's worth noting we did actually reach our fatality goal and rate last year. We did not meet our serious injury goals with 1,290 out of 1,264, and we're proposing a new target of 1,291, which comes to a rate of 9.82. And then we are proposing, we missed our vulnerable non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries goal by a wide margin, 179 out of 161, which brings our new target to 164. So once again, we are recommending the targets of 156 fatalities, 1.19 per 100 million VMT, 1,291 or 9.82 per 100 million VMT, and 164 non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. There's no financial impact, and pending board approval, the long-range plan and TIP safety-related targets will be updated. Once again, we're asking you to recommend this item to the Planning and Programming Committee for its consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agendas, and Director Makarachi and Executive Director Galucci will now take questions.
Are there any, I guess we're gonna have questions and discussion first before the motion. Turn your mic on.
During the public comment, we heard from person, Jacob Van Sickle, specifically about following the thresholds of meeting, maybe I don't have this correct, but the 5-year, we're using 5-year averages to make our determination on the goals that we're gonna try and achieve in the future. Made mention also of potentially expanding that, or the MPO, NOACA has the ability to look at potentially maybe a larger subset, I suppose, of this. Grace, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, first of all, thank you to Mr. Van Sickle for bringing up the issue and for, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Council's engagement, as Ms. Fields has stated. We understand that the methodology is not perfect. We were trying to mirror ODOT's requirements. This has come up before. It's not the first time that it's come up. And we, as an organization, chose to stay with ODOT's targets. But nevertheless, it is the purview of this group to discuss it. And we are open to a different approach. Understanding that the rolling averages don't always work for a particular target like this one. So we're open to it. It's really this committee's discussion as to whether they would like to. I think what Mr. Van Sickle was proposing was to take the lowest number in the 5-year average and use that as the baseline as opposed to the rolling average. Please.
I mean, several times mentioned we are following the ODOT. Actually is not following the ODOT. Is it the way when we have got some trend and changes every year, like a stock exchange. If you look at any stock price, it goes up and down. Usually they use moving average. It's not because ODOT use this, we are using this. Is it like if you say 2 + 2 is 4, I say 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't mean I copy you. It's 2 + 2 is 4. This kind of trend, we have to use the moving average. If you do highest, lowest, anything like this, that's going to impact it by that year. We are talking about long-term investment. For the long-term investment, usually you look at is exactly, again, my example is going to be like a stock. If you buy a stock, you don't look at the 2 days stock. You look at the, last 5 years, last 10 years, last year, you say, okay, this stock is going up and down. Same thing here. If the trend is going up and down all the time, last year the target was different, this year is different. So usually that's the norm. Is technically is correct to use moving average, but it's going to be, if you use minimum as suggested, it's going to be biased for this year. Next year is going to be different. So what is the correct way to do it in terms of mathematics and statistics is is not we are copying from ODOT, or actually a few years back, you see the tables. I talked to the ODOT staff and we come up with these tables, and it's not a copying from, because ODOT says, and by the way, one more thing is ODOT is responsible for the highways, and in this region, 50% of the trips and accidents are in highway. I don't see the reason why we should be different from the ODOT, because we are 50% of the roads are, the ODOT is responsible, 50% we are. So why not be coordinated and have this, same methodology, the correct methodology, and use it that one? Is not, it's not if this year or last year, always we have used this.
Matt?
I guess I'll just add that our policy, our 5-year rolling average is difficult to obtain sometimes. Sometimes we obtain it, sometimes we don't. It's not an easy goal. It's not something that we can never obtain. Sometimes I think it's a good average for us, because sometimes you can get it and sometimes you won't. So in my mind, those are the types of goals that you want, something obtainable. I'm not sure the lowest number is always obtainable. I would think very rarely.
Any more discussion?
I just had a comment. I bring this up every time. Is, last week in Lorraine County, we had our quarterly fatality review meeting. We reviewed 6 fatalities in the 3rd quarter. 3 of them were alcohol related. 1, the driver apparently had bald tires and hydroplaned, went off the highway. The other one was a medical condition. The individual had a heart attack. As engineers, there's no way we can design to ever get 0 fatality based on that kind of data.
Any other discussion? So what we've heard is that NOACA target is the 5-year rolling average consistent with ODOT, which is typically what you've done. We've heard from Jacob and others that they want it to be the lowest in those 5 years. So I guess that is the question, what we want to do. So can I have a motion to approve as is? Second? I've got 2 seconds. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Presentation for discussion. We have none for future action, but we have several for information. The Downtown Berea Multimodal Transportation Improvement TLCI Plan. Charles Fawcett from DLZ will give us a presentation. This is your TLCI plan in action.
If I could, Madam Chair.
Sure.
When I was reporting out on the Detroit Superior Bridge, I mistakenly omitted. ODOT has been a true partner in that whole discussion. I want to make sure John Curie and District 12 have been very helpful.
We'll
also.
note that in the minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Fawcett.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, good morning. Yeah, my name is Chuck Fawcett. I'm with DLZ. And today I'm going to be talking about the TLCI Downtown Berea Multimodal Study, the final recommendations that came out of that plan that we recently completed. There's no action requested today for informational purposes. This was previously presented to councils in August of last year. And what I'm going to talk about today is just review what the study area was and what the plan's goals and objectives were for it. And then we'll dive right into the recommendations, which are categorized into 4 areas: bicycles, pedestrians, vehicular, and signing improvements. And then I'll discuss the tools that we developed for the city to help them implement these recommendations. The study area is essentially the downtown area of Berea, from Bagley Road on the north end to south of Coe Lake. It includes the Metro Parks in the west area of the study area and extends to the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds and Baldwin Wallace campus on the east side. Some streets I want to point out that we're going to be talking about are Front Street, which is the north-south spine of the downtown commercial area. Seminary Street and Beach Street, which operate as a one-way pair through residential areas in the northeast part of the study area, and which is also next to the BW campus. The goals of the study were to improve efficiency and safety for all modes, enhance accessibility and mobility for those modes, and promote non-motorized modes of travel. And some of those objectives were to reduce the number of crashes involving vulnerable users, provide better and safer access to from within the area, and develop new infrastructure to promote the non-motorized modes of travel. So getting into the recommendations, first we have our bicycle recommendations. On Front Street, we currently have marked bicycle lanes throughout most of the study area, from Center Street up to and north of Bagley Road. And we just recommended modernizing those bike lanes and improving the pavement markings to include some, such as the green markings at conflict areas where we have vehicles crossing the bike lanes. At Bagley Road, the northbound bike lane is currently to the right of a shared through right vehicular lane. And we're recommending that the lane configuration be modified to place a right turn only vehicular lane to the right of the bike lane, which continues north on Front Street, north of Bagley. And that'll address issues with right turning vehicles crossing over that bike lane as they make the turn. We talked about the first 2 bullet points here, but other improvements that we recommended included adding shared lane pavement markings on Seminary and Beach Streets. These streets see a significant amount of Baldwin Wallace student traffic, including by bike. And a survey of BW students found that they prefer to bike on the sidewalks along these roadways instead of within the street, and competing with pedestrian traffic on the sidewalks. The shared lane markings will help remind drivers to share the road with the bicyclists and hopefully make the bicyclists more comfortable with using those streets. And then the city is interested in seeing if that improvement is going to result in more people using the roadways, using those streets for biking. And if they do find that that's the case, then we recommended installing left side bike lanes on these one-way streets that currently have parking on the right side. Oh, I forgot to mention we also recommended shared lane markings on the Center Street Bridge, which is a connection between the bike lanes on Front Street and the trails in the metro parks in the west part of the study area. And finally, there's opportunities for additional bicycle infrastructure in the study area. And we recommend that be looked at through a citywide bike plan that would work in concert with the Cuyahoga Greenways plan. That plan includes some regional bike connections through our study area. But implementing those would require some significant modifications to right-of-way, to on-street parking, and other things that we think needs to be part of a dedicated planning effort related to bicycle infrastructure for the city overall. And pedestrian improvements, we reviewed the sidewalk network throughout the study area. And there's one notable piece of the network that's missing, and it's in this area on Front Street, which is kind of right in the center of the downtown area. You can see on the left where people are currently walking through this area, either at the street level to continue along here, or down this hill, which connects to a wooden walkway behind some townhomes there. Some people even will walk out into the street behind the parked cars. So we recommended just completing this piece of sidewalk here and including an ADA ramp down to where that wooden walkway is behind the townhomes. Along Front Street to the north, there's about a 3-block section where there's no marked pedestrian crossings of the roadway. We recommended introducing crossings near each of the cross streets here as shown on the bottom, and include pedestrian refuge islands in the existing 2-way left turn lane to help pedestrians make this crossing where there's no traffic control for Front Street. We had also identified some locations where we're missing curb ramps at marked crossings, as you see here in the upper left. And there are also some marked crossings that experience a heavy volume of crossing from BW students that we recommended improving with curb bump outs within the on-street parking lanes on Seminary and on Beach Streets. It'll shorten the crossing and improve visibility for those pedestrians, for motorists. Also in the upper right, we recommended that the city utilize NOACA's street supplies program to test the efficacy of speed humps approaching these pedestrian crossings, and then the city can use that as a test and get feedback on whether these are appropriate for these locations to install permanent speed humps. I think we covered all of these bullets. Vehicular recommendations primarily focused around this area of Seminary Street between Bridge Street and Church. And one of those is reducing the curb radius on the northeast corner of Bridge and Seminary. Just wanted to get it right here. There's some long pedestrian crossings due to the large curb radius at that location, and the crossing on the east leg on Bridge Street was the location of one pedestrian crash that we found. So reducing that curb radius will shorten those crossings as well as reduce vehicle speeds for drivers making that right turn. Another area of improvement is at the intersection of Seminary and Church Street, where we have a couple of goals there. One is to discourage cut-through traffic, where we have people continuing north on Seminary Street through the residential area rather than going over to Front Street if they're traveling through the area. Also, there's no east-west pedestrian crossing currently, so providing a stop control northbound with these modifications would be able to provide that pedestrian crossing, which people park in the lot. North is to the right, so they park in the lot on the west side, and the post office is on the right side of the street on the bottom of the screen. But the post office does get daily deliveries with a truck, so and the BW campus uses some buses that go through this intersection, so we demonstrated with some turning movement analysis here, how these recommendations can work with the turning movements. And then for signing, the study found that the wayfinding signage approaching and within the study area could be significantly improved. We recommended that a comprehensive wayfinding signage system be developed and implemented to improve both motorized and non-motorized circulation throughout the downtown area and nearby destinations. It needs to be targeted to the different levels of users. People driving that need wayfinding for key destinations and parking specifically, and bicyclists looking for the best routes through the area, as well as pedestrians. For bike and pedestrians, we envision kiosks with maps of the downtown area at key locations, such as where bikers are coming up out of the metro parks on those trails, and then reinforcing signage at key locations along major bikeways and pathways. We developed this map of key destinations in coordination with the city and the community that should be included in any wayfinding signage system. And then we prepared an implementation plan for the city's use in prioritizing and seeking funding to implement these recommendations. Part of that plan was to ask the community's feedback on which of these they thought should be prioritized. We asked them to give each proposed project a score from 1 to 5, depending on their importance, with 1 being most important. It was an interesting exercise, and the community members thought that the pedestrian improvements were very important, such as completing that missing piece of sidewalk on Front Street, adding curb bump outs at marked pedestrian crossings, and creating new pedestrian crossings of Front Street. Those were all rated highly, as well as the citywide bike plan was one that was rated important as well. And we then prepared an implementation matrix for the city that included information for each of the proposed projects, including the community's prioritization score just for their input, as well as ballpark cost estimates for each project, likely funding sources and potential partners for those, as well as whether this was a short-term project, a medium-term, or a long-term project effort. The financial impact was $85,000 for the study. And the next steps are to release the final report, and implementation will be done by the city of Berea, potentially with a TLCI implementation application. I think that's it. If there's any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Welcome. Congratulations on being complete. The Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan update, Sarah.
Good morning again. I want to update you on the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan, or we just call it Coordinated Plan, that we are currently in the process of going through. No action was requested, and we have not had any previous action. So a little bit about the coordinated plan. Our previous plan, which we are updating, was called Mobilize Accessibility for Independence, and it was adopted by the Board of Directors in 2019. And the plan focuses on transportation and mobility, primarily for seniors and people with disability. The plan is regional in scope, so it covers the 5 counties, and we're updating it currently. This is a requirement of the Section 5310 program, which NOACA administers. And in the program circular, it is noted that the coordinated plan must be participated in by seniors, individuals with disability, representatives of public, private, and nonprofit transportation, and other members of the public. So a little bit about how we got to where we are right now. We released an RFP in February of this year and received 3 proposals from consultants to help us bring this plan to fruition. And the selection committee chose RLS and Associates from Dayton. They have probably some of the most extensive experience in the nation in coordinated plans. And they also are bringing with them as a sub-consultant, the Texas Transportation Institute at Texas A&M. So they'll be working specifically on ideas behind transit and other coordination activities. So far, we had a kickoff meeting this July with RLS, and we have been having monthly meetings of the Technical Advisory Committee that some of you might be a part of. We've also had 7 public meetings earlier this month from 4th to the 6th in all of the counties. And the online survey is available as well. And that is for any public individual to take, but again, we would like to focus on getting this out to seniors and people with disabilities or their families and caregivers. So coming up, we do have some focus groups that'll be looking at certain sectors of this area. So for example, one will be looking at provision of specialized transportation in rural areas, which we know is a very difficult issue, especially due to the scale and population. And then we'll also be looking, some other examples might be medical transportation. So RLS will be helping us send out transportation provider surveys so we can learn what the needs are of the people actually providing the service. And it'll also help us bring in information about the providers in our 5-county region so we can have a really robust data set of who's out there and what their service times are. And then lastly, next Friday, we will be tabling an event at the Northeast Ohio Aging and Disability Summit. So really excited about that, to get to work with social service workers and then self-advocates as well. And just the financial impact pertaining to our contract with RLS, and the source of funding will be Section 5310 or potentially Ohio Planning grant money. So next steps, RLS is going to continue those public outreach efforts, and will identify mobility needs based on that outreach, and obviously demographic updates from the 2020 census. And they will also propose draft goals and strategies. We do plan on, or RLS plans on presenting the final draft to the Board of Directors at the December 13th meeting. So if anybody has any feedback, we would love to take it into consideration. And we can make sure that if you know anyone who'd be interested in attending any focus groups or public meetings for the survey, we're happy to distribute that.
Thank you, Sarah. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. Next on our list is NOACA Van Pool Program Update, Jim Tops.
Good morning to the subcommittee. I'm Jim Thompson, the manager of capital programs here at NOACA, and I'm going to discuss with you the current status of the Van Pool program, and also we'll have a discussion about its potential future here at NOACA. No action is requested at this time. This item is included for information and input from you. Previously, the NOACA Board of Directors passed Resolution 2021-50 to set NOACA's regional van pool policy. So NOACA's regional van pool program serves a handful of purposes for the region. Some of them are to provide alternative transportation options to better connect residents to employers, to promote competitive transportation costs in the region, to reduce travel time, improve air quality, as well as increase social equity and economic vitality. So NOACA does have a subsidy model for its van pool program. And so essentially, the first eligibility criteria for a van pool to exist is for a van pool must, the commute time must be at least 45 minutes or more for a person to get to work, or by public transit, excuse me, or public transit must be unavailable in the area. So essentially, van pools kind of designed to fill in the gaps when public transit can't provide it for workers in the region. So if that minimum criteria is met, then van pools are eligible for up to a 50% subsidy, which is funded through NOACA CMAQ funds. Then on top of that, we have additional subsidy opportunities for van pools should they meet other criteria. The first one is a 15% subsidy for full vehicles. So let's say a vehicle has 7 seats. If all 7 seats are filled, then the van pool users can receive an additional 15%. And then on top of that, there's a 15% subsidy for van pools which originate in NOACA environmental justice areas. And I should also note that all the van pools in our program align with the federal CMAQ FHWA regulations. And one of those is that our van pools are really, they're only allowed to use the CMAQ funds for 3 years. So a van pool gets established, that van pool can be subsidized by NOACA for 3 years. And then after those 3 years are up, it can no longer be subsidized by NOACA. So currently we have 45 active van pools at this point in time. 42 of them are serving employees that work at the Lewis Stokes VA in University Circle in Cleveland. And then there are 3 currently that are serving employees that work at R.W. Beckett, which is in North Ridgeville in Lorain County. And I should note, it's not listed here yet, but we are working with NCC Solutions, which is in North Royalton, to onboard a few van pools there. So not yet moving, but will be soon. We do have a handful of van pools discontinued, both through R.W. Beckett and the VA. And those typically discontinued because they do not have the ability to get the minimum seat requirement. So the vehicle must be at least halfway full in order for it to receive the subsidy. Otherwise, it can't be a functional van pool. And then also here we have a map, where do van pools originate? So you will notice there that we have more than the 5 NOACA counties on our map. That's because the van pool location is really where's the employer located. So this is really serving employers in the 5-county NOACA region, but some of those van pools do originate in adjacent counties. Well, I guess except for Stark, that's farther than adjacent. So we have 13 van pools originating each in Cuyahoga and Summit counties. We have 4 in Medina, 9 in Lorain County, 2 in Lake and Erie County, and then 1 in both Geauga and Stark counties. Our public affairs team does a great job of promoting the van pool program and getting out there and trying to onboard new van pools. And so these are just a handful of examples of who they target. They do target industry organizations such as the Lorain County Chamber of Commerce Expo. They also kind of seek opportunities within NOACA defined job hubs. So one example of that is they went to the UCI Lunch and Learn in University Circle. And then also, we do want to target those environmental justice community businesses, and one of which is B-Valve. So with our outreach, there are a handful of ways that we try to engage potential employers through presentations, tabling at events, individual contacts, phone and email, print materials, which we distribute. And also we have our NOACA Van Pool webpage, which is kind of like a good spot to get a lot of information about the program. And then this map here just demonstrates kind of the locations of where we've had different interactions of potential van pools. So we're really trying to get as many van pools as possible at this point. I would also like to celebrate the fact that since NOACA came out with our new logo last year, we also then had to make sure that the logo was represented on the van pools around the region. So that one there on the bottom right is our new one. And I've heard a lot of positive comments from staff and partners that it's a lot fresher than the old one. So it's exciting to see those out on the street. Okay, excuse me. So the next 3 slides indicate some of the metrics that are kind of tied to our Ohio commute. They're for years 2024, 2023, and 2022. I should note that 2022 was not a full calendar year because we started in April, and that's when we started our first van pools. And then 2024 is only through the first half of the year. So essentially 2023 is the only full year here represented. But we did offset 634 metric tons of CO2 in 2023. And being that now we have more van pools, I expect that we will eclipse that in 2024. Also, in 2023, we calculated about $1 million in cost savings for users. And then I also believe that that will be higher in 2024. And then lastly, we estimated about 32,000 cars were taken off the road in 2023 and in 2024. Currently, we're at 20,000. And this is pretty much in the middle of the year, not right now. So I expect that will be higher than 2023 as well. Okay, so with the van pool program, we kind of wanted to see what trends were around the country. There's a lot of van pool programs around the country, and they vary based on many factors. And so the first of which we looked at was Washington State. So this is a statewide van pool program. It's not a regional program like ours. They did have 3,000 van pools in operation in 2018, and that has slowly gone down to about 1,400 in 2022. And then their total van pool passenger trips kind of aligns with that as well over the same time. Next, we looked at the Chicagoland area at Chicago Pace, their van pools. They had data from going way back to 2013 they could provide us with. So back then, 2013, 2014, 15, they had nearly 800 van pools that were running and active. And then you can see during the COVID-19 pandemic, those numbers dropped pretty aggressively at that point in time. And then now we're kind of hovering around 400 van pools for Chicago. The Front Range in Colorado kind of has a similar trend. They went from 236 in 2020 down to 80 last year. And Southwestern Pennsylvania, which is the Pittsburgh region, had 56 in 2017, and then that has dropped down to 11 van pools in 2024. We also received a lot of information from our peer organization, the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission in the Columbus region. Because they're also in Ohio, there's a lot of similar factors between their program and ours. And so just a couple of facts here. They actually did have a low of 10 van pools during the peak of COVID, and now they've gone back up to 32 van pools. Most of their growth in their van pool program is with their VA facilities, which is very similar to us in the Cleveland area, because most of ours are also with our VA facilities. I should note that the VA is eligible for a federal tax subsidy because it's a federal employer. And so that's kind of a different situation. But so should VA facilities not utilize NOACA or MORPC's van pool, they have a different subsidy opportunity that is kind of similar in cost. It's calculated differently, so it's not exactly apples to apples, but it is pretty much similar over time. But what MORPC does with their VA van pools is they do provide an empty seat subsidy. So that ensures that they provide extra money for those empty seats in not full van pools to kind of help subsidize those. It's a little bit different than subsidizing each individual. And then also they've acknowledged that it is hard for them currently to market and onboard new van pools. That's kind of something that NOACA has seen a little bit recently as well. And they do have 2 full-time employees at MORPC who focus on this. We have about 5 of us here at NOACA, and it's, a handful. It's probably, anywhere between 10 to 50% of our time on this program. So that being said, we wanted to go ahead and calculate a cost benefit analysis for the program. So at the high level, we calculated the total benefits to be about $2.76 million. And really what we did was we kind of based this on the cost of car ownership being $12,000 per individual. And so we kind of multiplied that by the amount of users in our van pool program and receive that number. And then we divided that total number by the total van pool program costs. And so those costs actually come from 2 places. They are NOACA costs, which includes the subsidy itself, as well as NOACA staff time. And then we also have the costs that the employers or the employees pay into the program. So if we are paying 50%, they are paying the other 50% for a van pool. So when you do the math there, you end up at a cost or a return on investment of about 2.5. So not too bad. Okay, so these are just kind of the considerations overall that we're looking at with the van pool program. As you've seen nationally, the trend is kind of lowering with the amount of van pool participation. A lot of that we believe is due to COVID as well as supply chain issues that happened with that. And also, there was a lot of energy and time spent on marketing the program. And other than the VA at this point in time, we actually now have 2 employers that are in the program, NCC Solutions and RW Beckett, which is good, but we'd like to see more if possible. Also limited vendors at this point in time, as far as we know. Only Commute with Enterprise has the scalability and the ability to kind of support a regional van pool program. I'm not sure how much competition they have right now. And that is who we are contracted with. Also, another item is that most of our users are through the VA, and they do have another option for a subsidy. And then NOACA and MORPC both use CMAQ funds for van pool. But, you know, CMAQ funds could also be used for other planning initiatives that are tied to air quality, as well as potentially capital projects. And then lastly, I did mention our environmental justice subsidy earlier, but currently only 2 vans are using that out of our, I believe, 45 that were captured here in the metric. So we would like to see that increase if possible, but it is kind of low. So that being said, just kind of posing the question here to you today, as we posed earlier to the Air Quality Subcommittee. We're just trying to think about, you know, what is the future of the van pool program? It's been running for about 2.5 years now. It started in April of 2022. It has grown. We have a lot of VA van pools, and now we're starting to get some private employers involved. All of those van pools must sunset individually after 3 years, though. So all the current van pools can only be active or supported by NOACA in 3 years. But afterwards, we do hope that some of them do maintain and will be funded by either the employees or the employers, or a mix of both, or maybe some other funding they can find. So then our thoughts are, should we continue the program as is with our full force marketing efforts and outreach to add new van pools, to onboard new ones? Should we modify our program in some way? Maybe put a cap on the VA van pools, or potentially do the seat subsidy that MORPC does? Or should we sunset the program? You know, keep the current van pools going for their 3-year eligibility, but then potentially, you know, not market onboard new ones. So these are just some questions for consideration. It's not like these are our only options, but we just wanted to pose the question to you today.
Thank you, Jim. Any discussion on the 3 questions they're asking of us? Andrew?
I didn't see, did you mention how many people are actually taking advantage of it? I know a number of van pools, but how many people are we serving?
You know what? I don't think that's here, and I don't have that number at the top of my head. I do know.
I would think that would be a key piece of information.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's something we can get to you pretty easily, but I will estimate it. If we have about 45 van pools and there's about, you know, 4 to 6 per van pool. So that's kind of a conservative estimate, but we can get the actual number for you.
Any other?
So,
Matt?
I don't have insight. I know that they've had their program for a while, well before NOACA's program came along. I think, and maybe the chair can answer this, I think that they were also involved when GCRTA had their van pool program.
Correct.
So that's going back, I think, at least to 2016 or so. Yeah.
A bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Any suggestion of the 3 tiers, which one NOACA should? At the air quality, we all said the first one. Anybody have any other discussions? Continue, sunset, change it? Hearing none. Okay, well, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, so just so you know, we did provide this presentation to the Air Quality Subcommittee earlier, and then last month we presented it to Transit Council as well. So we'll just continue having the conversation at the staff level based on this feedback, and we may come back to you.
Thank you. Reports and updates. The state fiscal year 2024 NOACA funded project monitoring report. Those highly read reports is included in your packet. Is there any old business? Oh, go on. Ed.
No.
Can you turn your mic on in?
I just wanted to note on the monitoring report on page 34 in your materials, project number 23. It indicates that the stage 2 plan approval hasn't been yet occurred. That stage 2 plans have been submitted to District 3 office, and the sponsor is still awaiting comments. Just point that out.
Thank you. Is there any new business? Seeing and hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Second, all in favor? Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is at 10:30 on December 20th here at NOAC offices. Have a great day. Go Browns and go everybody else. For high school,
NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from the meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off by using the red button on the top of them. They are on when the light is green. We are going to start with minutes from June 14th, 2024, Water Quality Subcommittee meeting. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? A second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Public comments. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No one has signed in. There being none, we will move on to the next agenda item. Chair's report, Executive Director's report. Is there an Executive Director's report?
There is not.
Thank you. Action items. Cuyahoga County 5-year facility planning area FPA boundary and prescription update. Sarah, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Sarah Stanzi, and I'm a water quality planner here at NOACA. Today, we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The item is the Cuyahoga County 5-year update to the facility planning area, or FPA boundary and prescriptions. There has been no previous action on this item. As an area-wide water quality management agency, NOACA is contracted by the Ohio EPA to maintain current and accurate wastewater FPA maps for its 5-county region. NOACA staff engages the designated management agencies, or DMAs, of each county once every 5 years on a rotating schedule for the 5 NOACA counties as an opportunity to review FPA maps for any needed updates and to keep FPA information current. This process requires primary DMAs to formally review, approve, and sign off on any FPA boundary or prescription updates. NOACA also notifies secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions of any proposed modifications to ensure transparency. In early 2024, NOACA water quality planning staff initiated the Cuyahoga County 5-year FPA and prescription update. This is a summary of our process. We worked with NEORSD staff early in the process and met with them weekly over the last 6 months. In those meetings, we were able to establish a general approach to updating the boundaries and prescriptions in Cuyahoga County. The main goal of this update was to align FPA boundaries to parcel lines. I explained our methodology for that using GIS at our last Water Quality Subcommittee meeting. But as we worked with NEORSD, we realized that in some situations, you can't really always follow the parcel line. I'll have an example of that later. Sometimes the current FPA or prescription serves as a default, so we determined that as a kind of rule. We also decided that it would be best to follow parcel lines along the lakefront when appropriate, so that it would be easier to keep track of parcel changes rather than following the aerial imagery and trying to follow changes on the ground. And so we developed a workflow in which I was working with NEORSD to update the boundaries and prescriptions for the 8 NERSD sub FPA areas, while Pamela Davis was working on the other FPAs in the county, aligning the FPA boundary automatically to parcel lines using our GIS methodology and identifying areas for discussion. So once we worked through our areas for discussion, we brought the boundaries together, aligned them using the Align Features tool in ArcGIS Pro, and then we were able to create proposed maps and provide them to the primary and secondary DMAs for review. So when we sent out the proposed maps, we emailed them to the primary DMAs and copied secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions on those emails. We gave the DMAs some time to review the maps and provide feedback, and some DMAs provided feedback, some did not. Those that did not provide feedback, or in other words, they accepted all of our proposed changes, submitted an acknowledgement of map accuracy form, which detailed every proposed modification and the associated parcels. Tables provided in the packet and maps show that. For those that did provide feedback, NOACA Water Quality Planning staff facilitated the discussion between affected parcels, affected parties, excuse me. We ensured that there was agreement, we edited the maps, we sent them out for final review, and then we received acknowledgement of map accuracy forms. And so we received those forms from all the primary DMAs in Cuyahoga County, approving the agreed upon modifications. And so we are now at the last step, which is combining all the updates, presenting them to you all, and ultimately to the NOACA Board of Directors as a consolidated FPA map modification for the entire county. And just to give some background more specifically about our Cuyahoga County FPAs, there's 12 FPAs and 12 primary DMAs in Cuyahoga County spanning 59 jurisdictions. In August 2024, we sent out the proposed maps to primary, secondary DMAs and affected jurisdictions for review. The DMAs were asked to confirm or identify updates to the FPA boundary and prescriptions. We had 3 primary DMAs submit feedback to us, including Lakewood, North Royalton, and Solon. And then we had 4 secondary DMAs or affected jurisdictions submit feedback, including Brook Park, Brecksville, Geauga County, and Orange. And again, all primary DMAs ended up signing and submitting acknowledgement of map accuracy forms after we came to agreement on all of the modifications. So here are our overview maps of the FPA boundaries. We have attachment 1 on the left-hand side of the screen showing the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions for wastewater treatment in Cuyahoga County. And attachment 2 on the right-hand side of the screen shows our proposed boundaries and prescriptions. You can't really see many of the changes at this scale, so we're going to zoom down to some of the areas that we made updates to. So first, we're going to start with the NERSD FPAs, since this was kind of the sequence of our process. We worked with NERSD to kind of get these boundaries set for the 8 sub-area FPAs. And then we worked on the independent FPAs, providing them maps and allowing them to give feedback, as I've mentioned. So, but before I go through these NERSD maps, I do want to recognize Rob Storkel of NERSD for his dedication and time spent not only helping us in this process, but sharing his knowledge with me. Like I said, we met with him weekly for the last 6 months, so we greatly appreciate that partnership and teamwork. And I also want to highlight that over the course of this process, we transitioned from ArcMap to ArcPro and used ArcGIS Online for our mapping with NERSD. And so here is our proposed FPA boundary for Big Creek. For all of these FPAs, again, we aligned the boundary to parcel lines. We had some areas in the Big Creek FPA where parcels were split, so we included or excluded entire parcels. As you can see, there are specifically areas between the Westerly FPA where there were some changes and transfers of parcels, and this was based on our review of GIS mapping systems and some research. We also, we're able to determine the directional flow of wastewater using the GIS system, so that led to our determination of the edits here. The Cuyahoga Valley Interceptor, or CVI FPA, we had some parcels where we transferred them from the Mill Creek FPA to the CVI and from CVI to Mill Creek here in Garfield Heights. We had some edits here at Southwest, where we transferred some parcels from Southwest to CVI. There were some changes around the border between Bedford and Bedford Heights. You can't really see them at this scale, but they were single parcel changes. And then again, some changes here with the Southwest FPA. We also received prescription updates from Brecksville, which is secondary DMA, to reflect areas that have become sewered since the last update. The Easterly FPA was one of the first FPAs we worked on when we started doing this update. We found significant changes that had to be made here at the boundary between Easterly and Heights Hilltop. Again, this was based on our review of the GIS system, based on historical maps and engineering drawings that we kind of dug into during our review. We also aligned the parcels, the boundary to the parcel line along the lake. And we didn't make any prescription updates here because it's mostly currently sewered. Again, all of these areas, we made some changes in Heights Hilltop. We changed the boundary here where the southerly, easterly, and Heights Hilltop FPAs come together. And we did make some prescription changes here in the Heights Hilltop FPA based on feedback from NEORSD. Here is the Mill Creek FPA. Again, some changes here at the boundary with CVI and some changes here at the boundary with Southerly. We didn't make any updates to the prescriptions in Mill Creek. Southerly, we made some edits here at the boundary with Easterly and here where the Westerly, Big Creek, and Southerly FPAs all come together. Again, no prescription updates. And then we move on to the Southwest FPA. We have minor changes at the boundary with North Royalton, and we had prescription updates submitted by Brook Park as a secondary DMA to reflect sewer plans and extensions. The Westerly FPA is similar to some of the other FPAs. We didn't have any prescription updates. We made some changes here with Big Creek. These are internal boundary changes with NEORSD. And then we also aligned to the parcel along the lakefront. And so that is the updates we made to the 8 NEORSD sub FPA areas. Again, we went through these FPAs first, and then we aligned the other FPAs to these boundaries. So I'm going to take us through an example of how we worked through the remaining FPAs and use Bedford Heights as an example. So we also met with Bedford Heights early on in this process to get an idea of updates that needed to be done. We brought those edits together with our proposed edits from NEORSD. And as you can see, this map actually calls out the modification areas, which is a little bit different than our NEORSD maps. And that is because when we worked with NEORSD, we were continuously working on those edits. These maps were prepared by water quality planning staff, sent to the DMA, and then we received feedback on each modification area. So we'll start with modification area 1. We'll zoom into that modification area in Solon. And as you can see, the current FPA splits this parcel. So our proposal was to include this entire parcel within the Solon FPA. Both Bedford Heights and Solon agreed on this. And then we also updated the prescription for this parcel because these 3 areas were prescribed as currently sewered, and we wanted the parcel to have one continuous prescription. And so here we are at modification area 2 in Oakwood. We just wanted to ensure that the FPA boundary was including these parcels, not splitting them here. While this is vacant land, if the land was developed, they would likely connect to a sewer here on Lamson Road. And so that was also kind of the thinking that we used when we made these updates. Here we have a flag lot in Oakwood. This came during one of our initial meetings with Bedford Heights, we were kind of unsure about where this parcel should be, which FPA it should be in. And so we confirmed with NURSD that this should be in the CVI FPA and that we should have the proposed boundary go along the parcel lines. And similarly at FPA modification area 4, all parties agreed to include this parcel in the Bedford Heights FPA and follow the parcel line. And we based this decision off our research and review of NURSD's GIS system. Modification area 5, we wanted to include these parcels, align the boundary with the parcel line, and we were able to see on our on the NURSD GIS system that the parcels were connected along Broadway. This is just a slight change, but just an example of kind of the detail we went to with this process. We wanted to make sure that the parcel line was adjusted, or that the FPA line was adjusted to the parcel line, and just that the primary DMA knew that this parcel would be completely included in the CVI FPA and excluded from the Bedford Heights FPA. And then we have some prescription modification areas. So this was communicated to us during one of our initial meetings with Bedford Heights. They wanted to make sure that these areas, these parcels in Glen Willow were updated to currently sewered. And similarly with these parcels also in Glen Willow, since the last update, they have been sewered. So we wanted to make sure that the maps reflected that. And so this is an example of our process, our approach, what we sent to DMAs and the kind of modifications we were making. And so now I would like to provide some information about our map reviews and the feedback that we received from DMAs. So we had 8 primary DMAs approve our initial proposed FPA boundary and prescription modifications. That's 8 out of the 12 primary DMAs. So that includes Bedford, Bedford Heights, Euclid, Medina County, NURSD for all 8 sub-FPA areas, North Olmsted, Rocky River, and Strongsville, even though we didn't propose any updates to Strongsville FPA or prescriptions. All of these primary DMAs accepted our initial modifications. And you can see the packet for these detailed maps. Then we had 3 primary DMAs and 4 secondary DMAs submit feedback. We have accepted all edits and submitted all affected and have received all of the acknowledgement of map accuracy forms from the affected jurisdictions and secondary DMAs. But we are going to briefly go through some of the edits that were submitted. So Lakewood, North Royalton, and Solon as primary DMAs submitted changes and edits that have been accepted and agreed upon. And then we had 4 secondary DMAs or affected jurisdictions, Brook Park, Brecksville, Geauga County, and Orange provide feedback. We're just going to go into our recent changes submitted by Geauga County in the Chagrin Falls FPA. These updates were submitted after we posted the packet online, so you can see the printed version and the printed materials for those changes. And I kind of touched on the changes we made for Brook Park, Brecksville, and Orange when we went over the NURSD maps, but if there's any questions about those, we can go to that at the end. So first, we will look at the feedback provided by Lakewood. Our initial proposed boundary realignment map is shown on the left-hand side of the screen. We began with 4 modification areas. So you can see all 4 of those there. But after we received feedback, we only actually finalized 2 modification areas. And so modification area 1, there was full agreement on this modification area and this change. We're just following the parcel line here, so nothing major there. But for modification area 2, we initially proposed that we would transfer these 9 parcels from the NURSD Westerly FPA to the Lakewood FPA. But Lakewood actually provided information that these parcels were not connected to Lakewood, that they were that they should be part of the Westerly FPA. And so this is no longer a modification area proposed as part of this update, and we are defaulting to the current FPA boundary. Modification area 3, we propose transferring these 3 parcels to the westerly FPA from the Lakewood FPA. But, and this was based on the original service agreement between Lakewood and NURSD. However, Lakewood provided information that the property is connected to Lakewood's sewer system and wastewater treatment plant and is billed monthly for wastewater service. So this is also no longer a modification area. And then we propose that these 32 parcels would be transferred to the Lakewood FPA from the NURSD Westerly FPA. However, Lakewood provided information that some of these parcels do and do not flow to Lakewood based on dye testing. So the map on the right is the result of incorporating that feedback. And all of these changes have been agreed upon by Lakewood and the surrounding DMAs. So now we can just take a look at the North Royalton FPA and their changes. Initially, we had 2 modification areas proposed, but they actually proposed 2 more modification areas, prescription updates in modification areas 3 and 4. So modification area 1, we were just trying to include this whole parcel in the Medina County FPA instead of splitting it and applying the prescription to the entire parcel. Modification area 2, we were just also trying to do the same thing, follow the parcel line instead of splitting it. And then modification area 3, which was submitted by the primary DMA, we were just updating these parcels to currently sewered to reflect the current sewer extent. And then similarly here in modification area 4, changing the prescription from limited sewers expected within 20 years to currently sewered. And then Solon FPA, we started out with 5 modification areas, but we ended up with 3 that was all agreed upon by our primary DMAs. Modification area 1, just ensuring that that whole parcel is in the Heights Hilltop FPA following the parcel line. And then modification area 2, we wanted to ensure that all of these parcels were included in the Solon FPA. These parcels are actually split, so we wanted to make sure that they were in the same FPA for consistency, and then Solon actually recommended that these 3 parcels be included as well. So that was part of their feedback. And for modification area 3, we were actually unaware of a lot split and consolidation that happened here. So the current FPA boundary was actually following what the current parcel line is. So that's no longer a modification area. And that's the same situation with modification area 4. Again, that these parcels were split and combined. And then we took a look at this parcel earlier, but again, this was at the boundary of Solon and Bedford Heights. This parcel was agreed upon to be sent to the Solon FPA. And then for our last example, we have the Chagrin Falls FPA. Geauga County submitted these changes to the Chagrin Falls FPA. Initially, we started with 4 modification areas, but we agreed upon 3 to be our final proposal. Everyone was in agreement about modification area 1, transferring this entire parcel to the Chagrin Falls FPA instead of having the boundary split the parcel. And then we originally proposed that this parcel be included completely within the Chagrin Falls FPA and apply the prescription to the entire parcel. But Geauga County actually informed us that these parcels, these 7 parcels surrounding this original parcel, should also have a prescription that is limited sewers expected within 20 years, since there's no infrastructure currently there and none planned for the near future. We also wanted to update this boundary so we didn't have a parcel being split here, and that this part of the parcel was included as well within the Chagrin Falls FPA. And so then our modification area 4 was another area where we ended up not proposing a modification. This parcel was actually already part of a NOACA resolution. There was a project for a restroom to be installed here. So we wanted to leave this to follow the current decision and NOACA's resolution regarding Geauga Park District's Hollowbrook Hollows restroom facility and drinking fountain. And so just an analysis of this whole process, efficiency and streamlining and the need for FPA modifications and really getting this process down has been a goal of our 5-year update, along with making sure that we are accurately reflecting current sewer service and availability. Again, this countywide process allows DMAs to provide feedback and keep FPA information current and up to date. And we hope to continue making this process easier and more interactive as we integrate and broaden our application of GIS. And so that brings us to our lessons learned. ArcGIS Online was definitely a really powerful and collaborative tool for us to use with NURSD. And so we hope to use that as we work on other countywide updates. Holding kickoff meetings and final report out meetings seem to be a good way to get DMAs prepared in beginning to starting to think about these changes and all that has happened over the past 5 years, and then holding report out meetings to answer any remaining questions and to show DMAs our appreciation for taking the time to help us with this process. We also requested updated sewer line information from all jurisdictions prior to the update. We received a decent amount of that, so that was helpful in comparing and making decisions along the way. And then we had an idea that was brought up during our prescription review with NEORSD that we should really be reviewing any available sewer master plans so that we could be more proactive in updating our prescriptions. And so our next steps pending NOACA board approval, as with all NOACA board approved FPA modifications, the signed resolution will be sent to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and then on to US EPA for approval. Copies of the resolution and updated FPA maps will be sent to primary DMAs, secondary DMAs, and affected jurisdictions. And again, we are requesting recommendation of this item to the Planning and Programming Committee for its consideration of placement on the December 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The item again is the Cuyahoga County 5-year facility planning area boundary and prescription update.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve? Second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? With this motion, we approve the update.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
And just as a quick follow-up to this, we'll start probably Geauga County is next in line with our 5-year update, and we'll probably start working with Dick Goris, probably first of the year. We've got some stuff to go through before that. So before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge and introduce you to our new intern, Allison Bunce. She's going to be with us part-time basis for the next year. Allison has an undergraduate degree from OSU in sustainability, and she's actually going to Cleveland State right now for her master's in planning. So she's been helping with some GIS, and we've got a lot of other activities that she'll be involved in, and hopefully you'll hear from her potentially at the next water quality meeting and giving an update. That's the plan, right? So every quarter, we try to provide an update regarding the other work that we're doing. As you can tell, the 5-year update kind of consumed our attention since June, but we also have been following the harmful algal bloom forecast. In your memo, I had some information about the bloom that was like 400 and some square miles, but on the Toledo Blade, I saw a news article on the 19th that said the bloom actually reached 620 miles. The projection is they're not sure if this is the largest that it'll be. It's not the largest that it has been. So we're not sure if this season is at its peak, for lack of a better statement. So the bloom is really from Stony Point, Michigan to Catawba, and there's also a local bloom in the Sandusky Bay. And the statement is public health, keep your kids and pets out of scum because you don't know. We continue to support the Black and Cuyahoga River areas of concern. The Black River AOC met on July 18th, and they actually toured all of the efforts that have been undertaken on the U.S. Steel reclamation site. That's been, if you haven't been to that site and you have a chance to go, it's unfathomably large. And the work that they've done along the stream to address a lot of the brownfield contaminated soil to stop it from getting into the black is extensive. The beach closing for recreational use, beneficial use impairment was removed on August 14th. And that actually leaves 3 BUIs for the Black River. And so there's estimations that the Black River, once the final remediation projects are in play and you give a couple of years, that these will be delisted as well. I think they're projecting 26, 27. I just estimate the dates because they tend to continuously change. Cuyahoga River met on July 31st, or July 15th, I apologize. And they actually, Ohio EPA issued a recommendation to remove the beach closing for the Cuyahoga AOC as well. And public comment was requested as of July 31st. So when we talk about beach closings, we know we're still going to have beach closings, but beach closings that are abnormal than other waters, like if, say, the Cuyahoga would stand out from other waters around the state. So this should be based on the documentation that's been put together by the Strategic Implementation Committee of the AOC, I think, with help from Hannah Bosinger with Ohio EPA. I think it's going to be approved. So that will leave 4 remaining BUIs for the Cuyahoga River. Again, there's, Kristen Hall was here a couple of months ago. She mentioned probably 2030, 2032, something like that. So switching gears, in 2012, so historically, let's do a little background. This community and riparian wetland guidance piece, have you all seen it? I know a few of us have seen it, right? Because it's been all over the region. This was originally designed in conjunction with a bunch of soil and water conservation districts, US EPA out of the Westlake office and NOACA. So the idea is we're providing regional recommendations on what we think communities should adopt with regards to riparian and wetland setbacks. So the goal is for watersheds that drain less than a half square mile, 25 feet. And then for those that drain greater than 300 square miles, you actually have 300 feet from the river. Now, is that practical in urbanized areas? Probably not, but it's a guidance, right? And then we talked about what's the setback that we would recommend for wetlands. Well, category 1, we didn't really have a recommendation because they're not really high quality, but for Cat 2 and Cat 3, we're talking for category 2, 75 feet. And then for the really exceptional category 3, the recommendation was 120. So based on this, putting this together, the Chagrin River Watershed Partners also did an update of kind of summarizing which communities had riparian wetland and setback around 2008. 2012, NOACA put together this regional riparian setback legislation review. So it meant going through, looking at the codes for all of the communities, basically focused on those that were urbanized areas under phase 2, under the 2010 census. Well, we figured it's time to update this, and we started, and we're just completing it. And what we're doing is we're using, when and where we can, the actual zoning, codified ordinances, the zoning resolutions. We're using American Legal. We've done some email inquiries. We reached out to Soil and Water on a couple questions. And what we're doing is we're going to create spreadsheets for each county, and we're assessing, is the community a phase 2 community? Is it urban area? Does it have to develop a stormwater management plan? Does it have a riparian setback ordinance? What's the minimum? What's the maximum? What's the drainage area set for that? Does it include the adjacent wetland? Does it include the adjacent floodplain? And do they have special setbacks for Cat 1 and Cat 2 wetlands? We're just updating so that we can come back to you probably in the next quarter with updated charts. Okay, and should recognize that we're working with the Chagrin River Watershed Partners and a bunch of other stakeholders, and they're going to be holding a workshop for communities, all-day workshop, where we've been invited to present our findings as part of a whole educational packet, probably late fall, early winter. We'll make sure that you get notification of when the date's actually been established. So in our reference materials, we're going to also have hyperlinks and the dates and the ordinance or resolution reference numbers. I mentioned that. We also have worked with our public affairs division to actually reformat the Clean Water 2020 plan to adopt NOACA's new logo and new color schemes. We actually reformatted the table of contents to provide hyperlinks to the sections. And we moved the appendices to the back so it's easier to scroll through and you don't have to look at a survey that's 40 or 50 pages long. We also updated the urban map, urbanized area map. According to the 2020 census, it's no longer refer to these areas as urbanized. They're now urban areas. But in this map, we can see what was urbanized in 2010 and then what was added as urban areas in 2020. Thanks for Sarah and the help in us figuring out how to do this. And so this map, this map is a replacement for the map on page 6, 8. Now in the Clean Water 2020 plan, when the board adopted it, they adopted a chapter that identifies what staff can update based on other agencies without board approval. So we don't need a board approval because this is the census, this is Ohio EPA, this is US EPA, and so we're just reflecting those changes. So we updated the text where necessary. We've also been working with our transportation forecast model staff. Derek Taylor, he created population forecasts and household forecast. Every 4 years, we undertake an update of those. So he updated those last year on the 2020 census. He actually updated the employment as well. But the conversation is that, we'll talk about that in a minute, but we're going to have to update the employment. So this is what we have gotten from our transportation folks. So here's our 2010 numbers, here's our 2020 numbers, and then the projection based on our Northeast Ohio 2050 socioeconomic forecasts. So it's built on a kind of a trend thought process, some information additional from land use, et cetera. So, you know, obviously Cook County is slated to continue to, decrease, and then here's your percentages. So trends and projections, this will replace the table in the Clean Water 2020 plan. We'll utilize this to help us update some of our long-range plan information. In our Clean Water 2020 plan, we also have this figure, but we've updated it with the new the projections from 2020 to 2050. These are based on census blocks. So you can see the urban area continues to lose, except for some inner city, central business district areas. And then you can see some other folks, we saw this loss, we see this continue to grow, but then we see some loss here on the edges. So that'll replace. We also took this map and aggregated to the sub-watershed. So where 75% of the watershed was within, or 69%, I think it ended up being, was within our region and drains through our region, we were able to kind of develop this, which watersheds are going to grow and which watersheds are going to lose. The idea is that if you gain or lose, you're going to have changes in land use, whether it's positive or negative, you're still going to have changes. And so it means you're going to have changes in households. So just kind of a planning, image, right? So this is our household trends. As you can see, Cuyahoga County's still losing some. They gained a little bit. The interesting conversation with households is more single people less families with children, so, number of households go up because we've got more people living in the housing stock. So we need more housing because we're not living as families. So kind of interesting. So then we did the map for the projections. Interesting to see losses in these rural villages areas. You can see the path along I-77 corridor. So, loss of population, I don't know, this is a conversation, right? This is based on trends. So this was the initial, but Derek has since updated these last week. I just wanted to include them as a placeholder for us. We'll bring these back to you in December. Now I don't know how much they've changed, so until we run the numbers. And so we'll update this map as well.
Pam,
Yeah.
so, no, I don't know what's going on. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add
That's a great point, Joe.
Yeah, and to be clear,
He's bringing another one.
Hello, testing.
Department of Development provides us with the estimates for the 5-county region. They are fixed. They provide them for the entire state. What we are allowed to do is to modify the numbers within our 5-county region, but we have a fixed number for the 5-county region.
And as we go through our update of our long-range plan, we'll have more discussions probably about that conversation. In this last quarter, how EPA has kind of changed on how they are taking applications for permits to install. They're now, instead of having the packet submitted to the district and stuff paid, and then having district staff enter it into the system, they're now having the applicants actually type in their own application, and it has kind of created we're not getting the same information we were getting to be able to review PTIs early and often. We used to get a list every Monday that would tell us what the PTI, where it was applied for, give us some details, kind of assessing it, trying to get out ahead of it to make sure that the PTI applications are consistent with the 208 plan. And because of the limited ability of this new program, and they're trying to write code to get it to report out like it was, they're having some issues getting there. They're sending us spreadsheets. And so it's been a big lift on Ohio EPA, and then we're reaching out to the district staff. And so we're burdening them when it was more of a streamlined process. So there are bugs anytime you implement a new system, right? So we are doing a little bit more consistent review maps. We're creating those because we don't have the same information that we have. And we reviewed in the last quarter 45 permits to install that were in our region that we reviewed for consistency. So Allison's been helping with that process as well. And so the next steps is we'll be back here with you in December. We will probably have for you the employment update in the way of the table and the map. We will also bring to you in the Clean Water 2020 plan, we have FPA, facility planning area population projections. We will bring those to you to review. Again, that is something that we're allowed to update based on the census. So we'll bring it to you for your information. Am I forgetting something? I think that's going to be plus the normal work that we do. And we'll start Geauga 5-year in January. And take any questions.
Thanks for the update, Pam. Any questions? Thank you. Hearing none, we will move on to the watershed activities update. Does anyone have any updates? Any old business? Board action, Pam.
Well, I wanted to bring back to you, last in June, we heard for information, the Avon Lake Lorco FPA and French Creek boundary modification request. This was a request to modify and create a hole and then not create a hole to serve a 1.5 square million foot transportation distribution warehouse. That modification has been withdrawn on behalf, Avon Lake has actually withdrawn that. North Ridgeville, which is it's North Ridgeville's FPA. North Ridgeville met with Avon and Avon Lake, and they've identified an alternative solution. And what the alternative solution was the applicant that was going to put in the building actually bought an adjacent parcel that already had a sewer connection. So no FPA modification forthcoming. They're going to work within the facility planning area as it is currently delineated. I don't know if anybody has any questions on that. And then just as an FYI, the board did adopt a resolution 24047. And this was for the Lorraine County FPA. We're transferring 26 parcels along Boone Road in Columbia Township from Lorraine County FPA to the Regional Sewer District Southwest FPA. And based on the requirement from NEORS, we actually changed the prescriptions from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected in 20 years. And so that was approved. And this is just a reminder of the map. It was this area. Again, it was that Del Webb development that's happening kind of down here.
Excellent. Thank you, Pam. New business. Is there any new business? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you all for coming.
Liz and Tamika, can you hear us? Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
The presentation? Okay, you all just, thank you so much for getting this to me. And you'll just have to cue me for changing the slides, okay? So I have some of our standard presentation slides that will lead into it. You won't have to worry about it. I'll explain it, but then it'll be your presentation.
Okay, that sounds good. And will we be able to see the boardroom at all, or is it?
Won't, unfortunately.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it's we don't have cameras in here. We just have this set up on Zoom.
Okay.
So they can see you.
All right.
That they can see us and we can't see them, but I'll take it.
Although I take that back because we'll have the presentation up, which takes the whole screen. So unless we close that, they won't be able to see you.
Okay. All right, then I guess here. Thank you. Hey Liz, as we get started though, you will let us know who's in the boardroom, correct?
Compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meetings law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules of Order, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on when the light is green. Now, you probably noticed that Bishop Maribel is not here chairing the meeting. I am substituting for him today. Bishop Maribel's absence is because of the untimely passing of his wife, Lady Bishop. There will be a time of remembrance and gathering this Saturday from 10 to 11 and a service from 11 to 12 with a luncheon and time of appreciation and fellowship at follow. It's taking place in Lake County, Lake Erie, I believe it's Lake Erie Church of God, but I can get you some details if anyone so chooses. But if I could please ask for just a moment of silence in remembrance of Lady Bishop. Thank you all. I do not believe, Brenda, we have a quorum at this time. We're one short. So we have one who did confirm. Hopefully they're on their way. So we will forego our meeting minutes. But with that, we will be moving on to, do we have anyone signed in for public comments? No, we do not. Okay. And Executive Director's report. Grace, do you have anything to add today? Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. And our action items, there are no action items, but we do have presentation discussion items. For future actions, we don't have anything, but we do have under information, equity audit update. And Liz, I believe you have that?
Yes, thank you. Hello, I'm Liz Barlick. Our consultant, Compass Consulting, who we selected through our RFP process to conduct, implement some of the work of this subcommittee, will be doing these presentations. I did want to make an introduction. We had previously been working with Dr. Adrienne Hatton. She has stepped down from her role with Compass, so we are now working with Liz Rocaforte, a senior consultant, and Dr. Tamika Taylor, president of Compass Consulting. They were involved with the RFP process, but they are joining us via Zoom and will be presenting both items. So bear with us as I work the presentation while they talk, but I'm gonna quickly go over our standard items here. This is an update on the equity plan so far. No action is requested. This is an information item. Previous action is selecting Compass Consulting as our equity consultant, and I will hand it over to Liz and Tamika.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I was wondering, before we get started with the presentation, would it be possible to know, for us to know who's in the room today? Just so we have
Sure. We go around
we're
the
talking
table,
to.
make sure microphones are turned on.
Great,
Derek, you
thank
want to
you.
start us off? No, remember the first thing I said, make sure your microphone's turned on?
I apologize. I have 5 years of high school. I can't hear.
Love you, Derek. We've
Good
known each other about
afternoon.
35 years, so we're good.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Abney.
Hello, it's Keisha Chambers with the City of Cleveland.
Grace Galucci, NOACA.
John Hammercheck, Lake County.
Mary Serby, Cuyahoga County Planning Commission.
Dawn Calvert, City of Elyria.
Victor Leandri from El Centro, Lorraine, Ohio.
And we have some folks in the audience on the, I don't want to say the peanut gallery, but we've got our usual suspects.
Okay.
You go right ahead. I see an open seat with a microphone right down there. Thank you, ma'am. There I go being liberal again.
Blue.
Stay now. Yeah, I think you're underneath one of the speakers, so be extra careful down there. That was one of our regulars, Lou, joining us.
Okay.
We call her an ex officio member, you know.
Okay.
She gets frequent flyer points.
Okay. Please let me know when I should continue. You know, we can't see you, so just
Oh, no, please,
recue. We can't
the
recuse or
floor
anything.
is yours. Yep. Light that candle. Let's go.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for inviting us here today, and we're excited to talk to you and have some good conversation. As mentioned, my name is Liz Roccaforte, Senior Consultant. I took over for Dr. Adrian Hatton as a co-lead on this project and have been doing the majority, actually all of the interviews thus far in our audit process. So I've been in every one of those, and working with my longtime colleague and president of Compass Consulting, Dr. Tamika Taylor. All right, so I'm supposed to tell Liz when to switch to the next slide. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you. You know a little bit about us. I won't spend too much time on this slide. These are the services that we typically engage in: community engagement management, development, team building, communication, conflict management, and of course, DEI. Okay, next. An overview for today, what we're hoping to get through. We do want to update you on our project deliverables, where we are in the process of the audit. We want to give you some information that is not final, but sort of emergent themes from the interviews thus far, as they are, you know, will be influencing our conversation around the DEI related terms review, and then our discussion. And then we hope to, at some point today, have a discussion around future meetings and the DEI training, which is also one of our deliverables for this contract. So what we have underway is the DEI audit. This is taking a little bit longer just due to schedules than we anticipated, but that's okay. We understand there are very busy people who are part of this committee and in connection to the committee. We've completed 8 interviews with internal and external stakeholders. We are hoping to schedule up to 6 more interviews and 3 focus groups. We have done a detailed review of organizational history, specifically focusing on equity, and reviewed and analyzed all the internal documents that were given to us around policies and practices related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The DEI subcommittee work is what we're working on today: diversity, equity, inclusion terminology. Still to come, future work, DEI subcommittee work, identification of data sources and tools for continuing equity work. We do have a bank of consulting hours written into the contract for ongoing support, and then leadership, staff, and board trainings. And this last item is something I do hope we reserve a little bit of time to be able to discuss today, so that we can talk about timing, planning, etc., because we would like to get started on that item. Okay, thank you. I'll review some of the themes that came up from the interviews. The first one is that overall, in a strength, NOACA as an organization works diligently to pay attention to equity through a variety of policies and practices. This seemed to be a consensus, which was good. Another consensus of strengths for NOACA in connection to equity is that the members of the equity subcommittee truly care about equity and have very good intentions. And I'm sorry to say that isn't always the case, so that's lovely to hear. Just because you're on a subcommittee doesn't always mean that people have a genuine passion or care for it. So that was, we were relieved to hear that. Also, another strength, the equity subcommittee has a great potential to be influential and continue to help NOACA in the region. So some of the themes that emerged for opportunities are probably not going to be big surprises. I know that there's been other information gathering and other conversations around these opportunities. So I will review them from our perspective. The first opportunity is to improve attendance at the equity subcommittee meetings. That came up consistently, that attendance and engagement has dropped off. And that is, in order to continue doing the work, somehow needs to be attended to. Some of the reasons that emerged for that really had to do with the time and the date often. And then sometimes a perception that there weren't a lot of actionable items always coming out of the meetings. And therefore, because combined with the time and the date, the Friday afternoon, people were prioritizing potentially other items in their, professional and personal worlds. Second opportunity is to review membership structure. I know this is also not new. I reviewed as many of the notes as I could get my hands on from the past few years. And this has come up before, and this is continuing to be a consensus. Number 3 is the training. And we're going to talk about this a little bit more in detail. This is related to diversity, equity, inclusion principles and definitions as well. We asked questions of our interviewees that had to do with how people define equity, diversity, inclusion at NOACA on the subcommittee, et cetera. And what we found is there was a wide variety of understanding of what the terms actually mean in connection specifically to NOACA. So people were able to talk about it in connection to their personal, other professional lives, and also in relationship to NOACA sometimes, but they varied around the consistency of being able to say, this is what these terms mean in the context of NOACA. So training, and there's a great opportunity for other workshops and training. And the themes that continue to emerge will influence those trainings. Connected to that, people did say that there needs to be a definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion within the context of NOACA and the region's history. We understand this is complex due to the complexity of the organization and the ways in which these terms are oftentimes they are utilized and defined for NOACA by other governmental policies. And so we will talk about that in a little bit later, regard to what can be done with the definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion so that people are on the same page when they say the words in the meeting. Equity, diversity, inclusion, people know what it means within the context of this subcommittee specifically. And the final theme for opportunity is the need for a very specific feedback framework for the subcommittee to provide effective recommendations to NOACA Policy Committee. I'm familiar with the strategic plan a little bit. That was created, I believe, in March of 2023. And perhaps we can chat a little bit more about that in one of our upcoming meetings, if not this one, because there were very specific actions and objectives that were put forward. And we want to work with the committee to try to, the subcommittee to try to figure out how to best embody and accomplish those goals. Okay.
So I'm just going to force a little bit of a pause here to kind of close out this agenda item. The financial impact, our contract with Compass is not to exceed 50,000. And next steps are Compass will continue to work with NOACA staff and you all, the equity subcommittee, to execute the subcommittee's strategic plan, and the equity consultants will work. So once again, this is an informational item. Any questions about the equity plan? Otherwise, I'll just keep going.
Yeah, just so we can put it into the record, the equity practices, definitions, and goals discussion. Again, back to Liz.
All right, I'll just hand it back all over you to continue your presentation. This again is a no action requested, an information item. We'll be discussing equity practices, definitions, and goals.
Hey Liz, this is Tamika. I just wanted to real quick, you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I wanted to ask a question, and to those that are out there, I'm technically on medical leave, so I'm playing catch up on some of this work with the project. So
you all may have talked about this with Adrian, but I'm just curious as to just quickly, what has been done with that strategic plan up to now that you all did a year and a half ago almost? So I'm just a overall high level view of that.
It was developed and we're looking to you all to work with the team to implement it. So just the development of it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there was nothing within it that you guys have started working on already that I wasn't aware of coming in here midway and missed. So thank you.
Now, we're just turning it over to the professionals. That's why we onboarded you guys. And
Okay,
candidly,
okay.
that's why we asked so many tough questions when we were doing the interviews.
Well, see, I missed that part. I was laying up in Cleveland Clinic getting a bone marrow transplant at that time. So I missed the tough questions piece. So no, it actually wasn't
All is
painful
well.
piece, just the process. So yes, I'm here with you guys today. So this is a good thing, which is I appreciate you all allowing me to join virtually because I can't join in person right now. So thank you. All right, Liz, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to talk a little about the definitions. And when we do definition work with other organizations around diversity, equity, inclusion, the process is different. And that has become readily apparent. So I want to kind of talk about our observation of the ways in which DEI language is used in NOACA policies. And we're learning about practices as well, but right now we're focusing on the policies. A few items I think are really important from our perspective. DEI, the concepts are intertwined in many of NOACA's policies, the work, the practices, in lots of multiple complex ways, right? And however, the references related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, like I said, differ due to legal definitions used by governmental agencies. And oftentimes, the concepts are there, right? Inclusion, the concept of inclusion is present. The concept of diversity is present, but the definitions, if there are definitions at all, kind of, are all over the place and vary depending on what specific policy you're looking at. And this is something you probably know, but I wanted to just point out because it does make it a little bit more complex and challenging to come up with definitions. And we'll talk about what that might look like, understanding too that as far as you can't change the definitions the way they're being used and defined by within the policies that are related to, for instance, environmental justice or disadvantaged communities, et cetera. However, we do think there's space and a place to have definitions for the subcommittee to be on the same page. Okay, next slide. So based on our review of the information that we have, diversity is most often referenced through the lens of race, age, ability, and socioeconomic class in the policies. So, and it isn't explicitly defined as this is what diversity means, but when we're talking about the EJ policy and the disadvantaged community, even to a certain extent, well, the internal policies as well. The internal policy, the internal non-discrimination policy references lots of different identities beyond these 4 identities. But when we're talking about the policies that the equity subcommittee is typically looking at or should be engaging with, the ones that are outward facing have to do with the application of your work and transportation dollars. Race, age, ability, socioeconomic status seem to be the ones that are most referenced. That is not totally a surprise. Oftentimes, term underrepresented populations was used, but at least in the documentation I could find, it's not necessarily defined. Now, it may be defined in NOACA, knows what that means because it's a definition that's being used by a specific governmental entity and they're applying that, but it wasn't readily apparent what other underrepresented populations what exactly that meant. Spoken language was referenced in, I think, 1 policy, maybe 2. Oftentimes, minority or underrepresented minority is referred to, and usually that's linked to federal regulation or federal definition of what minority means. And often that, of course, has to do with race. if you look at inclusion and you do kind of a search for inclusion throughout the policies, the term inclusion, the word inclusion, I should say, appears in multiple places. And inclusion is referenced in policies, but not ever explicitly defined. And when we look at equity, interestingly, equity uses repeatedly, and there's an entire, of course, racial equity in planning statement, right, that was issued, which is excellent, in 2020. But at least we were remiss to be able to find a definition of equity in the context of NOACA. And it doesn't mean that it's not there. It's just that the literal definition of what equity means. And this isn't to say that I don't think that people within NOACA have a very firm understanding of the term equity versus equality, for instance. It's just that it isn't ever documented or referenced in a specific way that we could find. And then when I talk to people who are related to the equity subcommittee or on it, people had a variety of different answers and understanding of what equity meant in the context of NOACA. So there wasn't a clear understanding of saying, when we say equity, this is what we mean in this context, for instance. Okay, next. And then I just pulled out, we're not going to go through each of these and read them out loud. I just pulled out some kind of sound bites from a lot of the policies and documents from the diversity inclusion policy. So there's this commitment to racial equity, which was explicit and very powerful, in which racial equity is discussed in detail. Next. There is, within the diversity inclusion policy, a statement of non-discrimination. And when we're talking about non-discrimination, there are other identities, diverse identities that are listed beyond the 4 that I was discussing, right? So when we're talking broadly, we're talking about diversity of identity, there are other identities listed here, but that isn't consistent, right, throughout all of the policies. When we say diversity or identity, not all of these things are always referenced. Next. Of course, the environmental justice policy has an equity and inclusion kind of embedded within it. And hopefully most people are familiar with this policy, as it seems to be the policy that is one of the policies that the subcommittee would interface the most with, or needs to have a clear understanding around this policy and how it works within NOACA. And this is like, for instance, where a percentage of minority population at or above, and what it means to be minority and or low income is defined by in a very specific way. So we're talking about race and socioeconomic. No, it's okay. Go ahead. And then, of course, the disadvantaged communities policy, which is also another policy it seems that the subcommittee would be interfacing with and have knowledge around, is also around minority, low income, and then elderly and disability. And this is where low English proficiency comes into in as well. So when we're talking about the concept of diversity, this is more often than not, when we're talking through the lens of NOACA, it's minority population. We're talking about racial minority, right? We're talking about race explicitly, low income, socioeconomics, age or generation, ability, disability, and then language proficiency. And my understanding is minority as defined by federal regulations, right? So there are very specific guidelines put forward of what is considered minority by federal regulations. Okay. Urban core policy as well. My understanding from reading the urban core policy and the notes from the previous committees is that the urban core policy has to do with equity, inclusion, but not always, because of course urban core is defined in different ways and doesn't necessarily have to do with the consistency or of lower socioeconomic and or just previously historically disadvantaged communities. There are urban core that are quite wealthy and are not comprised of people from historically disadvantaged or marginalized communities. So this one seems relevant, but the definitions around how this applies around to diversity, equity, inclusion is a little bit it's not as straightforward in this way. Okay, next. Of course, you have the DBE program, and we're not going to go through that. I just wanted to note that in here, the policy NOACA ensures that DBEs are defined in part 26. I think I found it. Well, because I was I was trying to research and understand individuals of the following group members presumed to be economically disadvantaged, and this is the way it's listed out in what I believe is what is referenced in your policy. So this is how what is defined as presumed socially or economically disadvantaged, these specific groups of people. Okay. And of course, commitment to racial equity and planning, again, I put this at the end, just, I think it's important because it seems to be at the core of the heart of where this subcommittee sort of emerged. Okay. So I want to open it up for conversation now, and talk about, because a deliverable for Compass Consulting was to come up with definitions and understanding the complexity of the way NOACA engages with these concepts of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It isn't necessarily as simple as it often is for other organizations, right? Because the ways in which it's defined differently here, from here to this policy, from this policy, this practice, et cetera. But is my understanding that the subcommittee did want to have a working definitions for each of these terms for the subcommittee itself. And it does seem like that would be an appropriate and helpful tool for the subcommittee moving forward, so that when someone says these terms, everyone is agreement upon what it means, even if it's general and doesn't approach or specifically talk about EJ communities or disadvantaged communities, et cetera, right? But that it's just a general understanding. So I would love to hear from some people, some reflections, reactions, or questions or comments based on what was just presented.
Thank you. Okay, you heard her. Let's open it up. Thoughts?
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say is if you don't have any questions or comments on what was said, I'd like to facilitate a discussion around these definitions so that we can take some notes and bring back to you all a draft of a definition based on what we've heard here with you all, as well as what we're hearing within the other interviews and focus groups and stuff.
Excellent, excellent. Excuse me, I'm all choked up over this. I will say to this point, I am personally very excited and pleased with how well you're capturing what I believe the collective intentions have been. So you're heading in the right direction, but I'd like to open up to the group. Thoughts, suggestions, anything you want to add to the conversation? Else,
Maybe
yield back to them and let them keep proceeding on.
I'm just gonna ask Liz and Tamika, if you're not speaking, if you could mute yourselves, otherwise we hear ourselves repeated.
Okay, we're gonna yield back to you. I think that's that. Please don't mistake our silence as indifference. This is, I think you're seeing, correct me if I'm wrong, some degree of pleasure that you're really hitting the things we're putting some value in. So you're, oh, yes.
Sorry.
Mary.
Just one, I guess, trying to think of understanding the presentation and just the different agencies define things. I guess, given like the funding structure of NOACA, is it worthwhile looking at how ODOT or like other agency defines it so that we're kind of doing similar, since we're using federal funds and state funds and things for projects? I don't know.
I think you did you were harmonizing with the organizations that we work with. Are we correct on that belief?
Well, they were just looking at our policies, but those would be derived from any other regulatory bodies that we would have to work with.
Okay, and I'm going to say I was misunderstanding. I thought that you were looking at a broader definition of what's out there and then how it hones down to us. Can you comment on that?
Liz, did you look at anything outside of NOACA?
Let me make sure I understand the question. Is the question, just, do you mind repeating the question? I heard a couple of different things. I want to make sure I'm answering the correct question. Yeah.
And Mary, let me see if I capture what you said. Basically, harmonizing our definition with the definitions of agencies that we're likely interacting with. It sounds, to me, it sounded like that's the path that you were going down. But I think Mary wants to make absolutely sure, and to her credit, we do need to be abundantly clear that we have to harmonize with, again, Department of Transportation agencies, EPA, those that we're most likely going to be encountering and working with, that we're harmonizing with that. So, but
Right.
again, dovetailing it in with NOACA. I just want to be real clear on that. And I think that's where Mary was wanting to just explicitly lock that down.
Absolutely. I think that that is part of the process. The question is, when we're talking about if you wanted to do definitions, you could actually pull the definitions if there are explicit definitions around diversity, equity, inclusion in that way, not just, you know, how minority is defined, right? Or how some of those other, because oftentimes that's what's defined, right? The idea of diversity in and of itself may not have an explicit definition. It may be within the confines of transportation. What, you know, diversity may mean race, it may mean socioeconomics, right? And we can absolutely pull from those sorts of definitions to make sure, or at least acknowledge them and say, this is how this is in this context, in this organization, this is what diversity is most often referencing or defined as. And then say for NOACA, our definition is inclusive of those things, and then you can determine whether or not diversity functions outside of those specific identities. Because when we think of diversity, it's a broad scope, right? And whether or not it's useful to NOACA to have a broader understanding of diversity or not is something to be discussed, right? Because those four that are typically referred to are very useful, and the things that you have to understand are part of those policies. But does that make sense? So yes, I think that absolutely, when we're looking at definitions, we can pull and look at the other places that you're interfacing with most often. But the question is, do you want a subcommittee diversity definition that is not just mimicking those, but is specific for you?
And to that, I'll go to, I guess I'll betray one of my interview comments had to do with that recent $129 million grant. We stuck with language that was accepted at the federal level. We applied that appropriately, and we proved that we could be in the top 25 in the nation. I think that's what Mary's, and that's where my heart also lies. Let's stick with language that is applicable in I'm going to say our industry, our universe that we're working in, but is also relevant, that is understandable to our community as they try to understand who we are and what we do, because that was actually a topic of discussion earlier today at our, I believe it was our air quality subcommittee, that we need to do some marketing too. So that's going to be one of those things of who we are and what we're doing, and loose standby. Grace, I believe you have something you want to add?
Well, my point was just going to be that both organizations that are partners like ODOT, we all get funding at the federal level, as Mary had said, so we must abide by those federal regs. So those are very relevant, and those definitions are critical. The thing you have to then sort of be cognizant of is some organizations go above and beyond that minimum like we do, and some do not. And so that's really the difference between us and other organizations. And I would say with ODOT, we certainly go farther than they do.
And I guess just to circle back, since that was I think that's it, so that it's not completely different from something, but it's in addition to, we go farther to take it that extra step. So I think that's it, just so that we're not contradicting someone else's definition, but
Absolutely.
and enhancing it, right?
Right. Okay. Yep, that makes sense.
Excellent, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lou, you, one moment. Lou, what you got?
All right. I think right now the language would take care of one big aspect of NOACA's mission. That means when we take in all the applications, when we try to work with all the applicants, we will take care of the DEI, standards, whatever standard we set. However, I'm wondering if the current language will actually help the NOACA itself as an organization to have the true DEI in the structure. Because don't forget, originally when we started this type of organization, the members are all the people working in the government. So that already cuts the DEI in half. You do not have lots of the voices from the community as a diversity part of it.
Now,
And
Lou,
also- and-
Lou, I have to interrupt you. We're really focusing, forgive me for interrupting. We're really focusing on the NOACA members, and the community is represented by the elected officials. So.
But not
No,
all
no,
of
no,
them are
Lou, I have
elected.
to interrupt you. This is not intended to allow the general public to come in and have a voice at NOACA. We've had this conversation before. I have to be firm on this point.
Oh,
There will be absolute chaos if the public comes in without any knowledge of what the ground rules are. It's like
no,
somebody
no,
coming in and
that's
thinking
not
they're
what I
gonna.
meant. That's not what I meant.
Okay, I just
I
gotta
said
be
because
abundantly
if you
clear, because if you
know,
revisit
just like-
that,
Just like she mentioned, other organization we partner with, if their DEI policy or their standard is not the same,
well, that was where the
the people-
harmonizing comes in.
Right.
To be clear.
so that means we have to find a way to strengthen this subcommittee's standing in order to have
We
some
have,
kind of
again,
voice.
we have to be careful that we're not trying to usurp any authority
Mhm.
within the structure of the organization. We're threading a needle. That could be very frustrating. I think many of us at this table, that's one of the reasons why we have low attendance, because we're threading a very delicate needle. Whereas we're not usurping authority, but we're working within the structure of the organization. So again, and I appreciate, you're sitting at the table, but as one of the elected officials, I know what my legal obligations are. I also know what my legal responsibilities are. And I have to, again, I'm gonna use that term, thread the needle. It can be onerous and exhaustive. But again, Lou, thank you for that point. And Liz, I'll pass it back to you to keep us moving. Thanks again, Lou.
I think I understand if I could the way I interpreted that is that because the organization is consisting of people who are elected officials, they are representing their communities and they should be doing it, and they are doing it well, right, is the hope. But that maybe, I don't know if that was, if that individual is saying that those people may not be as diverse as the communities they represent, potentially, et cetera. I'm not sure if that's what it was, but I hear it. And I think that, again, when we're defining diversity for what NOACA, it has to be, like has been said already, in harmony with the other definitions. And then also cognizant and aware that NOACA is representing very diverse communities in different ways, and in ways that aren't actually only race, socioeconomic, and the top four that seem to be popping up. So we will work and try to figure out, we're going to come back, take all this information, and ourselves try to create some definitions and present them to you to see what you all think, and if we hit the mark, and then we can work with them and modify them. And hopefully it will meet everyone's needs.
If I could offer a couple of bookends to keep in the back of your mind,
Mhm.
our client base, if you will, the Geauga, Lake, Cuyahoga, Lorraine, Medina, and the city of Cleveland. We span everywhere from, on the transportation side, everywhere from multi-lane freeways to horse and buggy lanes. So.
Right, understood.
Keep
Yep.
that in the back of your mind.
No, understood. And that's what I mean. And
Thank you.
because, well, so yes, exactly. And we're well aware of that. So that's something that we are consistently thinking about. That's why I say the vast variety of diversity within the representation of the communities that are part of NOACA or receiving funding from NOACA or want to receive funding. It's very diverse. Okay, great. So when we're thinking about diversity, are there any other comments around what this diversity definition should absolutely, what is a necessity to be part of diversity? Or are we good to move on to inclusion or equity?
Yes, please.
This is Victor Leandri from El Centro. And first, I have to apologize. I had to cancel my interview with I don't know if it was with you, but and it hasn't been rescheduled yet. But
Okay, that's all right. Thank you.
But when I think in the process that we went in regards to hiring the consultant, I think I don't want to see us fall into this trap of trying to work just on a definition. And I know how that can take us into a trap because of how challenging it is. And I'm talking for myself right now. Even with the information that you presented today, it would have been clear to me, just getting as a committee to the understanding of the magnitude of both all those words, diversity, inclusion, and equity. And just getting to that understanding that when we talk about it, we need to take everything in consideration. But I would like to see us going into the contract MOU or whatever we sign and figure out. There was a few things there that were very important that we wanted to get out of this. So I just want to bring that to the attention that I don't want to 6 months from now, 50,000 just come with a definition. And I'm not saying this in a mean way, but there was other things in that package, and knowing how hard this was for this group to get to this point of getting a consultant, I want to be sure that we get to some of the part of that.
Yep.
Of that contract that we get to. And I know all the challenges that have been placed with your company. So I'm not sure if we can offer, even if we have to have a Zoom meeting with a committee or something to talk about looking at that contract again and looking at what part of those are the most important for us or something, or not sure.
I appreciate that, and thank you for stating that. I definitely hear you and understand where you're coming from. And because being familiar now with the organization, the subcommittee's history, understanding that there is this really intense need to see movement forward, we don't want to get stuck in just doing one thing like definition work for months and months and months. That is not our intention. That is not what we came into the contract hoping to do. And we have lots of things that we intend to do with the organization. We will be working on multiple things at a time. So as we have this conversation, which is kind of a foundational discussion, we will go back, work on some definitions and do some more work. But in the meantime, we'll continue to talk to people, continue on with the audit in whatever ways are necessary. And then also we want to be able to talk about the training that was part of what our obligations were and a deliverable to this organization, so that there are multiple things happening at once, in addition to the toolbox of, of organizations that we're going to work on with you. There are lots of other things. So I hear you. I just want to say I hear you and I get it. And yes, we'll do our very best not to get stuck in this conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate your answer too. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else, anything else in terms of definitions that are important that you want to share with us today? And or that when you talk about going beyond ODOT or EPA's definition, that you want to make sure that OACA goes beyond?
I think we're there. I don't think you're gonna find this is a group of shrinking violets. When you've got something to say, you'll hear it. So press on smartly. You got it.
All right, that's good. It's just hard for us because we can't see anybody, so we have no body language going on.
There you go. No, we're good.
So put it out there.
I'll
I'm not,
go back to my old days. I'll play traffic cop. You got it. The
Thank
lane is yours.
so I'm not cutting anybody off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we can go to the next slide then.
So, okay, so just to confirm too, this meeting is, what time do we have? We have an hour and a half total, or is it?
It's at the end of the day. We're probably good. If,
Whatever. Okay. I just want to make sure that
it's three.
I just want to make sure that we're covering what we needed to cover as far as those definitions, and you're entrusting us then to take what the conversation we've had today and the conversation we've had with people in our interviews thus far, and put together some preliminary definitions to come back to the committee with. But as long as everyone feels okay about that.
Yeah, I think we can fairly say, since you don't have a camera, that people at this table right now all have an appetite. So keep going.
Okay, great. So a couple of the things we wanted to talk about is I know your meeting frequency, and we are quite frankly not sure if there is flexibility at all in the meeting frequency. If we're going to do this work and we're trying not to get stalled, right? And I understand that subcommittees only meet 4 times a year. I'm not trying to challenge the structure or the reasoning around why, but in this moment, is it possible to have, to meet with Compass at least more frequently? And I don't know what that means exactly, but
Yes,
more
yes,
than
the
once a
answer is
quarter.
yes. If
Okay,
you need
okay.
more of our time, you will find that we will make ourselves available.
Okay, excellent, because it does get difficult to really continue to progress, and we don't, like you said, we don't want to contribute to any stagnancy, right? We're here to do the opposite of that. So if we could talk about the meeting frequency and what would be helpful as far as when to meet next and what that would look like. I'm giving it back to you all because I don't know if there are any, organizational rules or something that we need to abide by as far as, okay.
Let me help you with that. I'll cut to the butler did it. We can call special meetings as we see fit. There's no
Okay.
limitations. And we can, as long as we're giving proper public notice, we are good to go.
Okay,
And
great.
again, you may see some faces changes, although I realized I just said something that you don't have a camera. There may be different folks at the table, but I will tell you that the tone is very similar amongst all of us. There's the usual ones who are always here. So
Great.
that you have some comfort in that.
Do they have to be on Fridays at this time?
Not necessarily, but we just try to carve it out when we can get the majority of
Right.
the folks here. But yeah, if there's a different time that works out for, I think we've been doing doodle polls sometimes. Well, if
Yep.
we need to do something, it's like, hey, when are you available? Here's a block of opportunities. And we try to work around the majority as best we can.
Okay.
And by the way, there's a lot of nodding heads going on right now.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I'll give
Thank
you
you
some
for
feedback
translating the
there.
body language. Yeah, excellent. Okay. So that would be good because it does seem like I mentioned before, and this is not a surprise, Friday afternoons tend to be difficult for people. And so maybe we would get more attendance. So what we can do is send out a doodle poll to through Liz or however that will work best. We'll figure it out. Liz and I will chat about it and come look at our calendars and send that out. What is you have to give a certain amount of notice to public, so how
24 hours, that's all.
Okay.
Once we've come to a date, just 24 hours.
Oh,
Unless it's
24
an emergency, and then that's even waived, but I don't see this being an
Okay.
emergency, so.
That's not an emergency.
The
Thank
only
you.
other caveat, because I've gotten very good at special meeting procedures lately, is that in our code of regulations, we commit to sending materials out 4 days in advance.
Say that one more time for me. You can.
We have an internal policy to send out materials for a special meeting 4 days before the meeting.
4 days. Okay, yeah, that's right. We talked about that. Okay. All right. So please.
That is, I'm sorry, and that is for the NOACA regulations in regards to meeting, but then you have all the participants that, for example, you try to accommodate something in my schedule for next week, it's not possible. So
Sure.
I will need at least like 2 weeks.
Oh, of course.
More is always
Exactly.
better, but that is our bare minimum of.
Exactly. Then
Yes.
Every day
Yeah,
we
we're not.
material is 24 hours.
So thinking
public
like
notice.
Yeah, we are not expecting, we know the calendars, or I have a sense of, let me say, the calendars and the busyness of the folks who are serving on this committee. So we understand that, keep that in mind, and we're not going to attempt to send a doodle and say, can you meet next Monday? This is not, we get it. So we will send that out. Please be on the lookout for that. And at your nearest convenience, fill that out, and we will do our best to meet, I would say, in a month, or what do you think, Tamika?
A month to 6 weeks.
The only
just
caveat, I'm sorry.
The timing, how quickly we can get some of these other pieces moving, working with people's schedules.
Just real quick though, if I could just add, once we lock down a date, flash that information out as fast as possible, because our schedules fill up fast. So we may say that we were clear on this day at this time.
Right.
And everybody agrees, yep, that day and that time's good.
Yeah.
And by the end of that workday,
Um,
that time slot
yeah.
has been filled. So
Understood.
as soon as you know it, do a flash, get it out to us.
Okay. Got
Thank
it.
you.
Absolutely understand. And that will have to do with how quickly people fill out the doodle poll too. So hopefully,
Indeed, yeah,
Yeah.
it's the heavy lifts on both sides, but
It is, yeah,
once
but
we've
we
come to a
will-
consensus, launch.
absolutely, we will do everything we can to get that out as quickly as, but we understand how your schedules work too. All right, fantastic. So you said 6 weeks, Tamika, or a month to 6 weeks?
Instead of a month to 6 weeks before we come back together again.
Okay, great. That's excellent. That is super helpful. And then we'll send out an agenda. It'll likely have to do with definitions, and we may start moving into the other parts of the contract that other parts of our deliverables as well, that don't have to do with training and definitions. So, to be continued on that. We wanted to talk to you about training because this was a major component of the contract, and the sooner that we can get going on trying to understand and figure out the schedule, location, participants, and length of time of this, the better. It seems like this was reading through the notes, it's been a need and a request for quite a while. And so we are here to make that happen. One question I had is that I know in our conversations when we talked about in the interviews, the training before the subcommittee and to start with the subcommittee, is that correct? Start with the subcommittee, but then it did have language that said the board in general as well. So I just wanted to check in with what people were thinking about training.
Correct me, folks, if I say something that's not accurate. We're kind of that first test. If it gets past us and we like what we see, taking it to prime time, going to the board in general.
Yeah.
So, it's you're just, if it plays here, it should play out there. We're
Okay.
representative of the larger body.
That makes sense. Okay. That was my assumption, but I didn't want
Fair
to
enough.
see it back since I wasn't sure. Okay. Fantastic.
Locking things down is huge because this is the part where we're all agreeing. I
Right.
think the lawyers call it stipulating. So we're.
Okay. So then regarding that training, I believe that we had proposed a training. I think it was at least between 2 and 3 hours. I can go back and double check. And I know that's a long time for some people. So we may need to plan it for further out, right? So that people can save that time on their calendar. What are some thoughts just around how to schedule this? And, what's the best way, I guess, to make these determinations for you all?
Well, historically, once you've got, it's almost like we're doing a design build here. I'm going to use some terms here. We know that we need a long lead time to get things scheduled. We know that in good faith, you've really demonstrated a great deal. So we believe that it's going to be almost like just-in-time supply chain management. You'll be there just in time to do the presentation. I think with confidence, we can start setting up, since we're such a smaller group, and this sounds like there's going to be some substance and meat to it. When do you think you'll have something that you could present to the body? We might be able to, I'm kind of trying to reverse engineer this. If you think you've got something that's going to be available in 6 to 8 weeks, we should be scheduling something in the 6 to 8 week range to launch on this.
All of our trainings are, customized, of course, and especially with this organization because of the complexity, as we talked about, all the things we discussed and all the things about this organization, its functioning of DEI. There will be some components that we know are tried and true and will apply to this organization. But we really want to. What I keep hearing is that these terms and the understanding DEI in the context specifically of NOACA, what that means in transportation, what that means, right? And the history of that is kind of relevant. So I do want to make sure that it's extremely tailored. I'm also wondering, as far as, because our staffing has changed a little bit and our on the ground person, I'm talking about, Tamika, like whether in person or on, I know right now you all have to be physically together in one space, but with trainings, we do them on Zoom quite successfully. Individuals, so people would sit in their office or at their home and everyone would be on their Zoom, right? It wouldn't be like you're in a board meeting. That would not work. This kind of setting wouldn't work for a training. And or in person, but in person is going to prove a little bit challenging for right at this moment. Tamika, thoughts around that?
I think we can actually, you can do Zoom. I think the look and the mood, we're a smaller group. Let me take that burden off your shoulders. I'll just hopefully, again, cut to the chase. If you want to do a Zoom to us, and then we can worry about the bigger, if that helps, just to keep things moving.
And that would help because by the time we got to the bigger, My doctors will probably give me permission to be able to go out and play with people publicly. I just can't play with people publicly right now.
Sure.
So that would work well to be able to do you guys on Zoom and then to be able to larger work in person when we get to that phase and that stage. So that would.
I'll throw one more out there. Maybe we could even add some technology where you would actually be able to see us. I've seen some camera systems that actually track to the person talking. We might want to invest a little if there's any technology budget there if that would help with a little feedback. And I mean feedback other than the feedback I'm getting of hearing myself.
Yeah, I think that what you said, I think I heard what you said. I heard that feedback too, is that, yeah, we would definitely need to be able to, if we did something on virtually, right? Like we would need to be able to do a traditional Zoom, right? Where everyone has a square, kind of like the Brady Bunch style, right? And then we utilize breakout rooms when necessary. I think that's what I heard, right? That, and we have a Zoom link we could use, as long as that would be okay with this group. We find actually these Zoom trainings can be extremely successful because we can get better attendance sometimes because people can do it from home.
Let me interrupt you. We gotta be careful because if it's a public meeting.
Is it a public, will the training be a public meeting? Yeah, that's a good question.
We'd have to seek legal's answer on that, and we just onboarded legal, so that one gets us in that one, we have to call that to be determined.
Okay,
If it's a public meeting and discussions, deliberations, and decisions are to come out of that training. You might have noticed elected officials just love to talk amongst ourselves.
No, I understand. We want to be legal. Yeah. Okay, because so then if it is considered a public meeting, so, then we would have to do it, we'll have to figure it out. Okay. So maybe we'll put a pin in that, and that will help determine, how we proceed. But I think what I hear is one way or another we'll proceed, within trying to find a date, within 6 to 8 weeks.
And on the scheduling idea, maybe, obviously that'll be our first inaugural, but we might want to actually start booking the schedule weeks, months in advance, knowing that we can start pointing this and start encouraging our colleagues and they can start clearing schedules.
Yes, we love.
Want to be very bold and just do that.
Yeah. Once we find out, and what the delivery mechanism will be and how that will function, we will work with you all to get a date as quickly as possible. Yeah. And that should not be a problem. Okay. I'm just trying to think, pausing here. Any other, I guess, questions or thoughts around training, planning, suggestions, etc.?
The only thing I'd like to ask you all, I know, I'm assuming, and I know assumptions gets us in trouble, but I'm assuming that many of you have been through your own DI trainings and things separately. But when you think about this subcommittee, what are some things that you would want, that you would feel like it would be worth it, it would be successful if we discuss within the training in you all's context of NOACA subcommittee, DI subcommittee?
Well, I guess I'll kick the conversation off. We've all had our individual experiences within our communities and within our constituencies. What we're looking at is some vehicle, no pun intended there, that allows us to appreciate other counties. As I said earlier, we've got everything from multi-lane highways to buggy lanes. How somebody with a buggy lane can appreciate somebody with a multi-lane freeway. Those are the kind of bridging conversations. The underlying beliefs, once we strip off, I'm going to say the partisanship, because that seems to be one of the big stumbling blocks is partisanship. Once we strip that away, the values are almost identical, which is why a common set of definitions are so critical. That from my perspective, if I've captured the conversations over the last couple of years, we're just looking to be able to get to know each other better and, more importantly, appreciate each other better. That way we can be better servants. Group, any thoughts you want to add to that? Yes, Mary.
I mean, if we do the Zoom path, I think it is important to have some polling questions in there so that if someone's not comfortable saying something out loud in a breakout group or the whole group, that there is an opportunity for people to kind of provide answers to maybe questions that you asked the group as part of the training, anonymously.
Okay. Yeah, we do that often. So thank you for noting that specifically. Great.
And if you can just, or one of our attendees, Lou, you want to have something you want to add?
Based on what I know about Robert's Rules of Order, if the people attend the meeting, it doesn't matter in person or virtual, it does match a certain number.
Well,
That
actually, let
has
me,
to
let me,
become
let me
public
interrupt you.
meeting.
You're going down a rabbit hole. Robert's Rules of Order does not govern Ohio statute. So Ohio statutory requirements state that you have to meet in person. Public meetings are governed by, and by our adoption of Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order does not supersede Ohio law. So let me just throw that in there. And that's the engineer talking, not an attorney. So hopefully that, I apologize for tamping that down, but let's not go down that rabbit hole. Robert's Rules of Order does not govern. It's just how we run our meeting. So.
Sorry, I didn't mean
No,
that.
no, that's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to keep things
We
moving
meant
because we're.
that, when we check on our rules, because even as a virtual meeting, they will say, oh, you have so many people attending, how come, we cannot, observe? That's what I try to remind everybody about that.
I would be thrilled if we had too many people attending. That would be beyond exciting. If the fire marshal walked in and said, oh, you've got too many people in this room, and we were dealing with overflow and getting people on multiple floors, wouldn't that be a blessed problem to have? That one, by the way, just so you know, there's smiles pretty much universally around this room right now, just to give you some positive feedback there. Thank you, Lou. Okay, back to you.
All right. Those are all excellent. Thank you for sharing those suggestions around the training. You can always email us as well. Just that should be known. And it's very easy to get a hold of Tamika or myself. And you can, if you have suggestions or other things you want to recommend beyond this meeting, you know, say like, I thought about this later, this might be helpful. That is more than fine. This is great. I hope that this committee feels energized, and that the people who aren't here, when they read the notes, will see that we're going to ask for more of the committee in the next, you know, the upcoming couple of months. But and by doing that, we're really hoping to energize and get things moving, because I know that's on everyone's agenda, and it isn't that the intention or the excitement or passion for this topic isn't there. It's just a matter of harnessing it and focusing it. So that's our intention here, and doing this extra meeting in between, and then also doing this training in between now and the next formal meeting that you all have. I apologize, this slide looks a little bit off, and Adrian's name is on there, so that is my mistake. I apologize. It should be Tamika@compassconsultingservices.com. And I don't know what happened to the formatting here, but we can send you another one. I don't know if it matters to fix the slide.
I can share
Okay.
his contact information.
That's, yeah. All right. From our end, I think that is all that we have. Tamika, do you have any final thoughts?
Right, I was gonna say, unless anybody else had anything, we're gonna give you 20 minutes back, or 19 minutes back, to your day. Just, enjoy this beautiful weather that we're having here.
Indeed.
Unless anybody else has anything else they wanna say. But I look forward to working with you all and learning more about you all, and being able to help you all to move that strategic plan forward. So that each of you feels like the time you put into this committee and the meetings are worthwhile, and that you feel empowered, because you guys have a great opportunity for influence within the organization. And so I look forward to us empowering you to use that influence as you work on the strategic plan, and as you all look at your policies and procedures and things moving forward.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you for partnering with us on this. It means a great deal to us.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. For the good of the order, anything else for them? Okay, I think we're set. Awesome. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Liz,
All right,
well
Liz,
done.
we'll be in touch. I'll be in touch with you. All right. Thank you so much, Liz. Thank you for everyone and your participation and listening and excited to work. Okay. Bye.
Okay, teamwork. All right, moving on to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates to be brought before the group? Seeing and hearing none. Moving on to old business. Do we have any old business to come before the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Any new business? Yes, Mary.
I don't know if it's new business or where this actually falls, but thinking as a follow-up to the board meeting, when there was a presentation on the compensation survey that was done, and I think it was India that brought up the equity survey, and I know it was something that you guys were gonna look into. So I'm just trying to say, as part of like, if we have a equity subcommittee, is there any way, I don't know, like, does that fit into any agenda, or making sure, like, as this committee, we make sure that that's something that gets followed through?
Seemed reasonable, a little vetting there.
I mean, I
Great.
know it's a board issue, but it's important, I think, for the equity subcommittee to
Get
know
a
that
feel.
that was a recommendation.
This is that design build thing I was referring to. We're said another way, we're making it up as we go.
Building the airplane as we're flying it.
Yeah, but that's actually an excellent question. It makes sense that we would at least be informed and kind of be that little extra set of eyes on things. Is that a possibility to give a little look-see there, or not that we're gonna have any, again, that's back to that usurping. But you know, I think that would be a good tip of the hat to the group, that you know, a little extra look-see. I'm trying to think how to be productive with that.
But specifically, Mary, you're asking,
The board accepted the compensation study that was presented and recommended the approval of the additional funding. And I think India from RTA, she brought up that in addition to the compensation survey that RTA did, they also did an equity survey to look at race, age, all those things, to make sure that there's no isms happening within those compensations related to that. And so I know that was a huge effort for them. So I'm not saying there was a commitment for NOACA to do that, but I just think as a member and as a subcommittee member, I think it was just important to raise it. And I don't know if it happens, does this subcommittee get any updates on that, or if it's decided to go forward?
I think that's
Yeah.
exactly right, is that when there are issues within the agency that come up that have the opportunity for us to use equity to weigh in on the decisions, it should come before this group, this subcommittee. And I think that's a great idea. So to that end, I'm glad you brought that up. And the point should be, what does this subcommittee think? Should we proceed with that kind of a study? And maybe to give a little bit more background on what we did. So we had a compensation consultant, an HR consultant, come in to take a look at our pay ranges and all of the positions and where they are slotted within those pay ranges to determine if they were basically market value. And generally they were market value, but there was some compression in the ranges at the bottom. So they did recommend some increases to staff in order to be closer to market, right? And so from that point, one of our members did bring up that that's great that we did that and the board approved it, but should we also then take a look at the equity component within that? So we did not do that as part of the analysis. We looked at the positions. We did look at, however, the people that were in the positions, their tenure. So we looked at their tenure, but still we did not look at equity from the perspective that we're talking about in this subcommittee. So if that's something that we think, and I think it's a good idea, then we can go ahead and start proceeding to do that. It would be another small contract. Maybe the same firm could do it. Maybe it's a different firm. But we could start looking into that if that's something that this subcommittee thinks is wise.
I do apologize. I didn't say staff compensation survey. So it's not board members or, I mean, it's nothing like that. It was actually NOACA staff. Yeah, so I didn't say that in the beginning.
Fair enough. See, we're building the plane as we're flying. Yay.
think given where we are with this consultant and where we are in this process with this committee, it's probably not something that needs to happen immediately, but I just thought it was, a lot of times people say like, well, we don't have any input to the board, but I'm like, as a board member, as we sat here and we heard it, I just thought it was important to
Yeah,
mention.
no, I'm glad you brought that up.
And
Thank
maybe
you.
it's something we can work with RTA to see like who did theirs, what did it take, just to at least gather some information and then knowing that you guys have a consultant that did the first part.
Right.
Maybe it's a future study, but.
Excellent.
We'll start looking into it to see what, can the firm do it that did this current study? And what's involved and the cost and such. We can start looking at that.
Excellent, excellent. Lou, you had something you wanted to add?
Sorry for the misunderstanding earlier.
No,
Oh,
all good,
no.
all good. Teamwork.
No, I would just use your situation as an example. Lake County after the election, for example, if three commissioners are all on the same side, like all very conservative or all very liberal, in a way, it loses the diversity of it. That was the reason why I mentioned it. I remember our past conversation very well, even I'm not a formal member. And that was the reason why I said, I hope the language would take care of that. That's what I meant. I understand that some of the things we cannot change.
Don't forgive me, I'm
know.
choking back my laughter on this one. Although I'm a self-identified conservative Christian evangelical, I have been labeled in my own county as a liberal whack job because I participate in conversations like this, and I'm a, let's see, liberal snowflake. Hold on, in case this needs to get on a recording, I am a liberal whack job, something or another. And a rhino, yeah, Republican in name only. So if there's a little saltiness sounding there, it's genuine. But Lou, you got to be careful about labeling counties of what's conservative, what's not
Well, that can be
conservative, because
any-
I don't think I
any-
fit the
any area.
model.
That
You
could
know, I
be
think
any
I've tried to
area.
be as open-minded to as much input as possible. So I think again, I said earlier during the conversation, keep the party labels, keep the partisanship out of it, because the reality is everybody at this table, from what I've observed, we're here to do good things and be good servants.
Well, that is from the
So-
statement you mentioned,
But
the
at
presentation.
the end of the year, I'll be
mentioned.
gone, so sorry.
Other entity we work with, they may not have done their DEI that much. So that means the people representing them coming to our space, they are not DEI enough, put it that way. That's why I was
Then that's-
thinking if our language will be good and
But
take care of
that's-
that will be even better.
But that's, if I could just add, and that's where having the common definitions. So even if you get the extreme deniers who say that this is a total waste of time, if you follow the definitions, if you follow the language, it gets you through those difficult times. And again, that's how cooler heads prevail. And we really have to count on cooler heads prevailing. And that's candidly one of my personal frustrations in politics. It's usually the people with the microphone or the megaphone in some cases, that they have an oversized role, even though they may not have a good agenda. But thank you, Lou. Anyone else have anything to add? for
I
the
just
good
want to make a comment,
Yes.
because Natoya Walker Minor sent me a text. She was able to participate and hear the presentation, but she had to join via Zoom through the
Oh, okay.
consultants because of our rule on how we can participate only in person. So
Got it.
just thinking about this being an equity committee and we're talking about diversity and access and inclusion, I think we missed the mark. And I know it's a state, the sunshine law or rule, but we somehow missed the mark when we only provide one way to participate. So I don't know how we can somehow address that or put
Contact-
that in this.
Contact your
this
House of
space.
Representatives, contact your senators.
Actually, the Ohio Association of Regional Councils, of which I'm a member of, we have been trying to get something
Yeah.
passed that would allow remote participation because all of us have
Yeah.
geographic areas that are very, very large and require people to drive quite a bit, which then does disadvantage people in being able to come sometimes. So we're continually trying to get that passed and we'll see where it goes.
Or, I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know.
No,
flexibility
but
is
that's
the law,
helpful,
but how do
though.
we, I mean, we're a committee. Can you meet outside of this and still do the business of this work? I mean, I don't, I'm just trying to. see
We could
where
take the show on the road to a different location if we properly gave proper public notice. But one of the things we found even recently with a special meeting, it becomes a problem when you're off-site someplace else trying to have an organized meeting, you're not familiar with the technology, you're not familiar with the landmarks, just ingress egress becomes a problem. So,
But for a subcommittee, when it's just,
oh yeah, we get lost easy. Remember that horse and buggy thing all the way up to multi-lane freeways? Just saying. And you know how I'm gonna say the guy thing, you know how we don't like to ask for directions? Oh boy, howdy, can we get lost easy? Just saying, we forget where we parked the car, but we won't admit it. Ask my wife for 43 years, so.
I
Yes,
guess
ma'am.
just similar to that point, I mean, looking at the attendance records for the, we've been here before, we haven't had a quorum. It's happened several times. I guess my one question is if we talk to the people who have not been here yet this year and why they're not coming or why they don't have an alternate, because it's consistently, I'm not calling out names, but there's some people who have not been here yet this year. So is it a matter of let's find somebody else, or can they identify an alternate so that we can have a quorum?
That's a tough, legitimate question.
I think it's a little bit of both, and I think that when we have the change of membership at the end of this year, we have to seriously consider whether people want to continue to serve or we should really move on to to somebody else.
In the same line, looking at this table right here that is there. But yeah, that's a good recommendation, waiting for the other one and complete the whole year, but you're seeing some trends here of people that haven't been here not even once, so what to do with them, yeah. Have that conversation.
Yeah.
Have the conversation.
Tough
with them.
conversation, but
Yeah.
I'll be
And-
sitting with Lou on the sidelines next year, so.
And I do have to apologize because last Friday to the same issue that we're talking, I signed up for the annual meeting. I was trying to get out of my office, I couldn't, and by the time I look, I was like, I'm never gonna make it on time, like, I'm gonna be super late, like half an hour late, so I didn't attend, but it was all my intention to attend, like, so I apologize.
All good. Any other new business for the good of the order to get in? All right, then, if there's seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. Thank you, ma'am. Do we have a second? Second, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, very good. We stand adjourned. Thank you for joining us today.
Job.